The Clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Representation of the People Bill, second reading.
Now, the reasoned amendment in the name of the official opposition has been selected. Minister to move second reading. Call the Secretary of State, Steve Reid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the bill be now read a second time. Now, there's a lot of interest across the House in this bill, and that is no surprise, because we are all proud of our British democracy. Our democracy is a fundamental part of who we are as a country. The long history of this House has been punctuated by reforms which have strengthened it, and it is precisely because of that evolution of our elections and Parliament that in a world where too many beacons of democracy have dimmed, ours still shines brightly. As parliamentarians, we are more than caretakers of democracy. We are here to actively advance it. We are also here to protect it from threats. When hostile actors at home and abroad seek to sow division, using every means possible to undermine our elections, trying to destabilise the very foundations of our freedom and our democratic institutions, then we must act. That is why we are debating the representation of the People Bill today, to secure our elections against those who threaten them, to protect those who participate, to ensure our democracy remains open and accessible to legitimate voters, and to strengthen and preserve our democracy for the next generation. At the 2024 general election, Labour's election manifesto committed to strengthening our democracy and upholding the integrity of elections. We campaigned on encouraging participation in our democracy, giving 16 and 17-year-olds the right to vote and improving voter registration, while fulfilling our pledge to strengthen protections against foreign interference, as well as rules around donations. We did that. I will give way, yeah.
Rachel Taylor.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. I've come straight here from Kingsbury School in my constituency of North Warwickshire and Bedworth, where the Year 11 pupils were saying how much they're looking forward to being given the right to vote. So may I thank my right honourable friend for bringing this forward in the bill.
Secretary of State.
And may I thank her for her support for these measures, which were indeed in the general election manifesto we both stand on, and it's a great pleasure to now be starting to implement. Now, we did these things because we understand that in a democracy, people must be in control of their lives and of their own country. But because we live in a time of growing instability, conflict and change, we can best protect our democracy by making it more robust and more accountable.
Will the Minister give way?
Sure.
I appreciate the Minister giving way, and there are some very welcome measures in this bill. I intend to table an amendment to stop oil and gas giants making donations, given the pernicious role that they play in undermining the action we need to take on climate change. Would the Minister meet with me to discuss that amendment and discuss the need to clear up our politics from abuse by fossil fuel giants?
Secretary of State.
Well, we are tightening the rules around donations so the system can be much more robust and have much greater integrity in the future than it currently has. Now, my predecessor, the Right Honourable Member for Ashton-under-Lyne, published our strategy for modern and secure elections in July 2025. This strategy promised to restore faith in our democracy. It set out new tasks of future-proofing our democracy, keeping our elections safe, upholding our values and protecting against foreign interference. We promised to expand the democratic rights of young people and set a path towards automated voter registration.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Apologies for being in the wrong place. I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. And I declare an interest as the Chair of the APPG for young carers and young adult carers. Would he recognise that when young carers and young adult carers get to the age of 16, they've already been potentially caring for a loved one for over a decade and actually are very much emotionally intelligent enough and educated enough and have life experience to have to deserve the democratic right to vote.
Well, I thought that was a very appropriate intervention, and he makes his point very well. And of course, I agree with what he has to say. But further on the changes we're making, we will establish new safeguards on digital campaigning and allow digital voter identification. We'll strengthen our elections against foreign interference, and we will protect those who put their name forward to stand in elections from harassment and intimidation. Today, this government is making good on that commitment. Now, of course.
Just cast the mind back, Minister. The UN's definition of an adult is somebody of 18 years of age. Social media restrictions are coming in to ensure that those of 16 and above will be protected. And I asked the question genuinely, sincerely to the Minister. When it comes to looking forward to reducing the voting age to 16, has the Minister considered, has government considered the UN's definition and social media's interest in people and abusing them and taking advantage of them? Thank you.
Secretary of State.
Yes, we have absolutely considered that, and will continue to keep that matter, very important matter that he raises, under review. Now,
foreign interference, maybe Honourable
Ray Thornbury.
Is the right honourable gentleman aware of the alarm that people feel about the idea of cryptocurrency getting into our democracy? And is there a ban on it in this bill? And if not, why not?
No, I mean, as always, she raises a very important point. There are huge concerns about cryptocurrency, not least because you can't track where the funding has come from. So we have charged Sir Philip Rycroft with conducting a review into these matters. His recommendations will be incorporated into the bill as it progresses through the House, so that we can properly tackle the matter that she raises. Now, the reason the bill extends the vote to younger people aged 16 and 17 years old is simple. It's because young people are our nation's future. The voting age has stood at 18 since it was lowered from 21 by the Representation of the People Act in 1969. But more recently, the Welsh Government lowered the voting age to 16 for Senedd elections in Wales in 2020 and local elections in 2021. And the Scottish, and the Scottish Government lowered the voting age to 16 for the Scottish independence referendum in 2014 and subsequently for all devolved elections in Scotland. This change will bring consistency to the voting age for all statutory elections across the United Kingdom.
I thank him for giving way. Does he agree with me that the same arguments that were made over 100 years ago about women not being fit enough to vote are now being repeated to 16-year-olds? And shouldn't not the success that ultimately came from including women in the franchise should give us confidence that this is the right thing to do?
Yeah. Secretary of State.
Yeah, I certainly share her confidence that this is the right thing to do, and I thank her for making her point.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. But surely there's a logical incoherence here, because if the Secretary of State is allowing a 16-year-old to vote, why is he not allowing a 16-year-old to stand for Parliament? Surely if you can vote for the lawmaker, you can be a lawmaker. Surely that's the incoherence in his argument.
Secretary of State.
Well, to correct him, it would be the House, not me, who would be allowing 16-year-olds to vote. And I think if you can serve in the armed forces, and we've just been hearing from the Prime Minister what an outstanding job our armed forces are doing, then I certainly think those people should also have the right to help choose the government of their own country that decides on matters of war and of peace.
I thank the Secretary of State giving way. He will remember when we both served on Lambeth Council, I had the absolute honour of introducing the youth mayor elections, and up and down the country there are 16-year-olds in public office, including many young people, allocating funds, in some cases in excess of £25,000 to other community groups. Young people do have the capacity, they have the knowledge, and they are willing to serve if we give them the opportunity. Does the Secretary of State agree with me?
Secretary of State.
Well, I always agree with the honourable lady, and not just because we're friends, but of course I remember her introducing the youth mayor scheme in Lambeth. It was a huge success, and it showed how keen young people were to be involved in decisions that affect them and also their ability to contribute to those discussions and debates in a very meaningful way. I'll take one more and then I will continue.
My right honourable friend, and I congratulate him on extending his franchise. I wonder if he's thought about the 4 million people who live in this country who don't have access to votes, 22,000 in Cambridge. It's a complicated issue, but I wonder if he's given any consideration. No taxation without representation is a powerful principle. Has he considered it?
Secretary
Yes,
of State.
I mean, as he'll hear further along in my speech, and I will need to make progress, or Madam Deputy Speaker will be angry with me. But of course, we're looking at automated voter registration, so we can make sure something like 7 or 8 million people in this country who would be entitled to vote but do not have the vote. We need to make sure as many people as possible who are entitled to the vote can exercise it. Right, I'll make progress now. The bill allows prospective voters to register in preparation before they turn 16. As we extend the franchise in this way, we will focus, of course, on data protection. Information can be shared only in very limited circumstances, and we're bringing forward a new offence if information is wrongly disclosed. To make sure all our eligible young people are able to participate, we're also introducing a new duty on local authorities in Great Britain and health and social care trusts in Northern Ireland to support looked-after children with their new right to vote. This will mean a duty for local authorities and HSCs in Northern Ireland to raise awareness of how to register and a duty to provide assistance to help them to do that. Extending the franchise is not job done simply with this legislation. We also need to actively support young people to exercise their right to vote. So we will offer young people the information and support they need to do precisely that. Now, as my honourable friend was just saying a moment ago, up to 8 million people in the UK are either registered incorrectly or are not included on the electoral register at all. Many of them only find out when it's too late, and they are therefore denied their opportunity to vote. Our current process is out of date. It has not kept pace with the world that we live in. We will replace this complicated bureaucratic system with a modern, automated alternative that is as simple as possible, a system which is easier for voters to use. To get there, this bill will allow pilots that test new and innovative approaches to electoral registration. Automated registration is already working in many countries, and the examples of Germany and the Netherlands show how easy it can be. Similar, if you just let me make progress, because I gave away a lot earlier on in my speech. Similar reforms are already underway in Canada and Australia. The time is right for us to follow suit. As we move towards automated registration, we recognise we must look again at how the open register operates. This bill will therefore ensure those registering to vote will be asked if they wish to opt in to the open register rather than opt out, as is currently the case. And there is a moral dimension to this too. We already know that those least likely to be registered are on low incomes, more often renting and more often younger. Our democracy is strongest when everyone can and does participate, and that is our aspiration. For one last time, I will give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way on this point. It's a very important one. He must be aware that large numbers of homeless people very seldom vote because they don't have a point of registration unless they can find a church or somebody that's prepared to host them. Is there a possibility we can make arrangements for people who don't have any fixed abode but nevertheless are equal citizens like the rest of us and deserve the right to vote?
Secretary of State.
He makes an important point. That's not currently part of the bill, but I'm always happy to keep the position under review. We want to also remove obstacles to those seeking to vote and stand in elections, and these include absent voting and a new power to obtain information to help people understand the election process better. Now, the first duty of any government is to keep its citizens safe. But in these times of profound change, that includes acting to defend our democracy. There are too many loopholes that allow foreign money to enter and seek to influence our politics. For instance, British voters face more stringent rules when donating to political parties than companies do, even shell companies, even companies not based in the UK. If I may make a little progress, and I'll give way to him later on. We know already that illicit finance can damage people's trust in politics, and maintaining the electorate's confidence is imperative. That's why we're requiring stronger checks on significant donations, requiring more transparency from those making donations, and ensuring only companies with a legitimate connection to the UK can donate to those involved in UK politics. If I could, I'll give way to him and to him, and then
Jim Shannon.
We in Northern Ireland have a particular, maybe a peculiar circumstance, and we have a border with the Republic of Ireland. We have political parties in Northern Ireland, political parties in Southern Ireland, same parties, just in different jurisdictions, different responsibilities. Can the Minister indicate what controls there will be to ensure that money does not traverse the border in such a way to disadvantage those of us in Northern Ireland and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland who wish to have the democratic system that we have here and the policies here?
Secretary of State.
I appreciate the point that he is making, but the existing arrangements covering Ireland will continue.
I just wonder if the Secretary of State is aware of companies like Mercantile and Maritime Limited that made a donation of £500,000 to the Conservative Party before the 2019 election, despite being owned by a Monaco-based Canadian individual who subsequently has been accused of continuing to trade Russian oil during the war. Do you think this bill will outlaw donations like that?
Secretary of State.
Well, I'm sure members across the House will have cases and instances that they are concerned about, and this legislation intends to restore integrity to the system precisely because of those concerns. Now, if members will forgive me, I will make some progress now, because I want to make sure members have the chance to speak in this debate as well as just me. Now, a key part of the changes we're making is the Know Your Donor principle, as proposed by the Committee on Standards in Public Life. This means political parties will be required to take more responsibility for who is funding them. The existing rules do not specifically require recipients to consider the risk that a donor is facilitating an illegal donation. That will now change. As the independent Rycroft review concludes, we will of course consider their findings too, and we expect to introduce amendments as a result as the bill progresses. We will also improve the transparency of digital imprint rules, recognising that campaigns are increasingly digital and that regulation must keep up with that new reality. Transparency for electors over who is trying to influence their vote is a fundamental principle. I hope she'll forgive me if I make progress. We're going further with our support for the Electoral Commission. The Commission is the independent statutory body tasked with overseeing elections and regulating political finance in the UK, and its work is invaluable as the guardian of our democracy. But it requires stronger enforcement to meet today's challenges, so we will strengthen the role and the powers of the Commission. And through secondary legislation, we will increase the maximum fine which can be imposed by the Commission from £20,000 to £500,000. We are also recategorising administrative offences so they are punishable in most cases through civil sanctions, strengthening the Commission's powers to share information and ensuring that enforcement is stronger, more responsive and collaborative. I have heard views from honourable members regarding the Commission's strategy and policy statement. We recognise the importance of maintaining confidence in the Commission's operational independence and ensuring it can carry out its statutory duties effectively. So we will repeal in full the power for government to impose a strategy and policy statement on the Electoral Commission. We will legislate to protect the officials and staff who run elections and also those standing for election. We have all heard about the abuse, threats and dangers that scare people away from standing for election. Many, if not most members here today will have their own stories and experiences. This has a chilling effect on our democracy, affecting the diversity of candidates and the quality of our political debate. We will not tolerate it anymore. The government wants people to feel safe and free to engage in our democracy. Harassment and intimidation have no place in our elections. The safety and security of candidates and campaigners is essential in ensuring that the brightest and the best put their name forwards. That is why we will protect candidates, campaigners and office holders by adding a new statutory aggravating factor for offences motivated by hostility towards them. I'm calling time on the bullies and the thugs who undermine our democracy. What's less well known is the effect similar threats have on those who administer our elections. Officials, such as returning officers, poll clerks and those responsible for counting the votes. These dedicated public servants perform a vital role in our democratic process. So we are legislating to disqualify from future elections anyone who seeks to harass, intimidate or abuse them in the course of their duties. We've listened and reflected on the experiences of recent candidates and want to do more to support individuals to feel safe and secure in their homes. Under existing legislation, candidates can prevent their home address from being published on the statement of persons nominated and on ballot papers, but those who are acting as their own election agents do not have this option. This bill will therefore remove this remaining requirement for candidates to publish their home address, provided that they supply an alternative correspondence address. We will continue to work with our partners across central and local government and with the Electoral Commission to extend protections. And I hope members right across the House will continue to work with us and to share their experiences of how the authorities can best protect those who put their name forward.
The Secretary of State for giving way, and I declare an interest as a member of the Speakers' Conference, which investigated the security of MPs, candidates and wider elections. And so I want to put on record my gratitude to the Secretary of State and the Government in the round for the efforts they are taking to ensure that through legislation and through regulations and other efforts we can do everything we can to protect our democracy from those who would intimidate candidates, intimidate everyone involved, including officials. And it's very important work, and everyone in this House and everyone in our country, frankly, has a responsibility to do everything they can to protect our democracy.
Yeah. Well, I'm grateful to him and indeed to others who were involved with the Speakers' Conference. They've made a huge contribution to the shape of the bill and the detail that's in the final version of the bill. If you should please, one more and then I'll continue.
Kate, the right honourable member given way. One thing I would just say, I support the bill, but can we please make sure that the Electoral Commission, the Electoral Office for Northern Ireland, are funded, as are other statutory agencies, because not all these potential offences will be civil. Some of them will meet the criminal threshold, and we need to make sure that those statutory agencies responsible for capturing criminal evidence are funded to do so.
Well, she's quite right that it's important the agencies have the resources required to carry out the functions that we require of them. Now, the final part of the bill provides general provisions, including on powers and commencement. I can also confirm that we have written to the Scottish Parliament, the Northern Ireland Assembly and Senedd Cymru to begin the legislative consent process. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to finish by expanding on the point I began with, Parliament's role in the evolution of our democracy. Every member of this House wants to strengthen trust and confidence in our democracy. This bill is not the first to carry its name. It was a representation of the People Act, which extended the franchise to male landowners, tenant farmers and shopkeepers in 1832. It was a representation of the People Act, which granted voting rights to working class men in 1867. It was a representation of the People Act which finally granted voting rights to women in 1918, and another which delivered equality of voting rights between men and women in 1928. Today, we debate the latest representation of the People Bill, responding to our circumstances today. In an age of change, with new threats to our freedom arising, we must stand up and tackle foreign interference head-on. In a society transformed by new technologies, we must introduce automatic voter registration. And in this country, where politics feels distant for too many, we must bring democracy closer to people. Britain will always be a democracy because the people of this country will never have it any other way, and because the choices of the British people must always lead our nation. This is a representation of the people bill inspired by tradition and legislating for the future. Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Shadow Secretary of State, Sir James Cleverly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I beg to move the amendment standing in my name and the names of my right honourable and honourable friends. When Parliament legislates on elections and the franchise, it is not passing an ordinary bill. It is rewriting the rules by which MPs, and by extension governments, are chosen and removed. And therefore, changes to those rules should be done carefully, after proper consultation, and fully in the knowledge of the potential knock-on effects. And whilst there are many elements within this bill that we support, against the metric that I've just outlined, this bill, unfortunately, falls woefully short. It creates deep inconsistencies around the age of maturity. It risks weakening the integrity of the electoral register. It sidesteps serious questions on foreign interference in our politics. It reduces protections against electoral fraud, and it has been introduced without proper consultation. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me briefly start off with the process. Political parties were not properly consulted before these proposals were introduced. And if the government wants to defend itself against the accusations that it's putting its thumb on the scales for narrow party political advantage, this isn't the way to do it. And the right honourable gentleman should know that a quick phone call on the day before the bill was introduced is no substitute for proper engagement. There is a long-standing convention in this country that governments do not unilaterally impose changes to electoral law. When the last Labour government brought forward major electoral reforms, it did so through working groups, the Green Paper, draft legislation, select committee scrutiny. That government understood that legitimacy matters. This government has chosen to put political advantage over consensus.
Thank you for giving way. I was fortunate enough in 2017 to be selected for a private member's bill, and it was Oldham Youth Council that asked for votes of 16 to be included. Now, they watched it go from a campaign to manifesto to a bill here on the floor today. So if they saw it coming in the manifesto, why didn't he?
Sir James Cleverly.
Not sure that addresses the point I was raising, but I will come to votes at 16. I will come at votes at 16 in a moment. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government has chosen political advantage over consensus. And it's not just a pattern confined to this bill. We've seen it in the handling of local election pilots, advanced without proper transparency or meaningful consultation with political parties. We saw it in the attempt to cancel this year's May elections, another decision taken without proper engagement. Elections are the foundation stone of democracy. They are not an administrative inconvenience to be switched off and on at the whim of ministers. And against that backdrop, they say that this bill is to defend against political interference. And the Right Honourable Gentleman has said at the dispatch box that they have commissioned a review on this very subject. But they have not waited for that review to report before bringing forward the legislation. So if the Rycroft review matters, why legislate before it reports? And if it doesn't matter, why commission it in the first place? So, of course, the correct action would be to await the findings of the report and then bring forward legislation in a coherent manner at the next King's speech. And I appreciate that the timetabling and the time for debate today was not in the Right Honourable Gentleman's hands. But we're now in the situation where we have a huge number of speakers on a really important matter, on a constrained timetable, because quite rightly the Prime Minister gave a statement on the Middle East. Oh yeah, she would like it not to have a debate, of course, just rush it through. says a lot. But the point is, this is important, and the time should be taken. We know that we're running out of time in this session. So why does the right honourable gentleman not do the right thing, pause just for a short period of time, introduce this after the King's speech, and give us a proper opportunity to debate it and get it right? I've been Foreign Secretary and I've been Home Secretary, and I saw how persistent and serious the threats from hostile states are to the democratic process in this country and other countries. It is important, and I recognise that the government is seeking to take action on this. Russian aggression, Iran's hostile activities on British soil, and the interference and espionage activities of the Chinese government have sharpened the risks to our political system. But with regard to engagement, I ask the question, why has the government not engaged with my right honourable and gallant friend, the member for Tunbridge, who led the Defending Democracy Task Force before and during the last general election? He's been targeted by foreign governments. His advice has not been sought. Is it right? Sorry, it is right that the government seeks to protect our democracy from foreign interference, from dirty money, from intimidation, from corruption. But this bill fails to match the scale of those threats. Does not address, for example, the consequences of devolved franchise changes to the UK political finance rules, the devolution loophole. We agree that no government should accept impermissible donations. And the question is not should we or should we not. The question is whether this bill properly targets the sources of hostile state interference. Fund transfers through UK banks are already subject to robust anti-money laundering checks. And if the objective is really to stop hostile state money, then enhanced security should be focused on the higher risk routes, not duplicating existing restrictions and stifling legitimate domestic activity. And the honourable gentleman who's no longer in his place, the mask slipped when he basically decided when he invited the right honourable gentleman to ban donations from legitimate British companies because he just doesn't like the industry that they're in. This is what causes concern about the integrity of the decisions being put forward in this bill. Let me turn to automatic voter registration. Individual voter registration was introduced for a reason, to improve accuracy and reduce fraud. And automatic registration cuts right across that principle. It risks adding names to database, it risks adding names from data sets not designed to determine eligibility. People move and data sets lag behind. And an inaccurate register creates vulnerabilities and the opportunities for abuse. Let me just make a quick point, then I will give way. And this rollout will be phased, will it not? Which means that some parts of the country will have automatic voter registration ahead of the next general election, and others will not. So the government, if it's making the case that automatic voter registration increases turnout, the government will be choosing which parts of the country have increased turnout and which parts of the country do not. Surely he must see how cynical that looks in the eyes of an already sceptical electorate. And I will give way.
I thank the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way. Will he not accept that 8 million people either being on the register in the wrong place or not being on the register at all is also an example of an inaccurate register? And it would be better to have people over-registered who then presumably don't turn out because they've moved away or whatever, than under-registered and disenfranchised. That of the two inaccuracies, being unable to vote is the inaccuracy we should be more worried about if we believe in democracy.
Sir James Cleverly.
Look, he makes a reasonable point. It is not an unreasonable point, but it is a point of debate. Registration in the UK is not difficult. It is not difficult. And the fact that some people have not registered is not in itself a rationale for undermining the integrity of the voter registration process and introducing errors. And he said, would it not be better to have errors in one way rather than under registration? It is a point for debate. And I actually think that it is better to have the accuracy of the registration. In many parts of the world, people literally put their lives at risk to vote. And people who don't vote in the UK don't vote because it is too difficult, because it is not difficult to vote in the UK. And we have taken steps, both parties have taken steps over time to make it easier. And if people are not voting, perhaps political parties, all of us, should ask why we are not inspiring people enough to go and register, rather than the point he's making, which is putting people on the register who shouldn't be on the register because they don't exist in that place. I will give way. He's been very patient.
Lewis Cocking.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way. Does he agree with me that if the government are going to push forward with auto-enrolment of the electoral roll, they should at least do that for everybody at the same time for the same general election, or it could be perceived by the British people as gerrymandering to get a specific result at the general election?
Yeah. So James,
well, this is the point, and I'll move on from this point. Actually, I will let the Right Honourable Lady intervene. But my honourable friend makes a really important point. If the government's contention is that auto-enrolment increases turnout, then turnout should either be increased universally or they risk being perceived as putting their thumb on the scales.
Dame Emily Thornbury.
I have to take objection to what the Right Honourable Gentleman is saying, because surely this is the situation. If you are a citizen, you should be able to vote. It should be as easy as possible. It should be as easy as breathing to be able to go and vote, because you are a citizen and you have a right to vote. And every attempt should be made to make it easier, not to make it more difficult. And if automatic enrolment helps people to vote, then that's what we should do. And of course we need to be careful about it, and that presumably is one of the reasons why it's a rolling programme, to make sure that it is being done properly, rather than doing it everywhere on the same day. But in the end, we all should want the same thing, which is that British citizens should be able to vote in British elections and nothing should get in their way.
Sir James Cleverly.
It is easy to vote. Everyone does have the right to vote. By her argument, she's saying it should be as easy as breathing. By her argument, she's advocating removing all electoral limitations and restrictions. ID, proof of address, registration. Oh, there you go, the mask has slipped. The mask has slipped. If we take democracy seriously, we should want everyone that has the right to vote to be able to vote, and they do, but nobody who does not have the right to vote being able to vote. Otherwise, the democratic process is meaningless. Safeguards must be robust, verification clear, and pilots should be transparent. Integrity is strengthened by accuracy, not automation for its own sake. And on voter ID, let's look at the facts. At the last general election, the vast majority of those who sought to vote were able to do so successfully and immediately. And public confidence in the polling integrity has increased. So why weaken the system by allowing bank cards without photographs to be used as ID? A name printed on a card is not an identity check. And I'm not hearing that he's advocating the checking of PIN numbers at the polling station. The risks are obvious, and indeed the Electoral Commission itself has raised concerns about the security and practicality of expanding the lists of acceptable IDs. I need to make some progress, otherwise I will be told off by Madam Deputy Speaker. Integrity is not just about integrity at the door of the polling station. At the Gordon and Denton by-election recently, democracy volunteers reported widespread breaches of ballot secrecy. Parliament strengthened the protections for ballot secrecy through the Ballot Secrecy Act in 2023. And it's not family voting, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is breaking the law. And if polling station staff do not intervene when a voter is directed by another inside the polling booth, if secrecy signs are missing, if offences are ignored, then the problem is not an absence of legislation, it is a failure to enforce the legislation. The vote belongs to the individual, not that person's husband, not that person's brother, not to a community leader, and no cultural practice overrides the secrecy of the ballot box in this country. The Right Honourable Gentleman mentioned artificial intelligence and deep fakes, and he is right that we are entering a new era, and we support the idea of digital imprints. The rules exist, but the technology is moving fast, and we would support, and we're happy to engage with sensible, proportionate measures to ensure that AI-generated political material is clearly labelled and subject to transparency as the requirement. But the work should be done carefully and in consultation. Again, this is exactly the kind of issue that would benefit from cross-party engagement. Finally, the centrepiece of the bill, the big sales point of the bill, lowering the voting age from 18 to 16. Both domestically and internationally, through the Children Act and the UN Convention on the Rights of a Child, respectively, we define 16 and 17-year-olds as children. So, votes at 16 can only logically be explained in one of two ways. Well, let me at least make the point. I can see he's itching. Calm. So, votes at 16 can only be explained in one of two ways. Either the government is intending to give votes to children, or the government wants to redefine 16 and 17-year-olds as not children. And I will give way.
We just heard the Conservative definition of a child and an adult. Now, in the law in this country, there is no single definition. The criminal age of responsibility in England and Wales is 10. The driving age in this country is 17. The voting age has gone up and has gone down over the decades. So surely we should be thinking about what it means to be able to vote. And by bringing it down to 16, we are bringing it to people who have got the capacity to vote and will vote. And there is also evidence out there that where the vote's gone to 16-year-olds in Scotland, they are more likely to carry on voting, and that will be a benefit to our country, the whole United Kingdom as a whole. Does he not agree?
No, he is factually wrong. He is factually wrong. We do have a legal definition of childhood, and there is an international definition of childhood. The Children Act defines 16 and 17-year-olds in the UK as children. The UN Convention on the Rights of a Child defines 16 and 17-year-olds as children. So, I ask again, does the government plan to define this as giving votes to children, or are they now saying that 16 and 17-year-olds are not children? And I will give way if the gentleman wants to.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. On the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme, not long ago, we went down to Lympstone to see the Royal Commandos passing out parade. One of the brave young people there was just 17, and at the end of that parade, he is told, "Commando, go off and do your Marine, go off and do your duty." At 17, he should be allowed to vote. Does the Shadow Minister not agree with me?
16 and 17-year-olds can only join the armed forces with parental consent, and they cannot be deployed. 16 and 17-year-olds in the armed forces, 16 and 17-year-olds in the armed forces are children, which is why they are still in the education system, even whilst they join the armed forces. They are non-deployable. They can only join with parental consent. So again, third time lucky, the Children Act and the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child define 16 and 17-year-olds as children. So, for the third time of asking, is the government saying that they are giving votes to children, or are they saying that 16 and 17-year-olds are not children? Perhaps the Honourable Gentleman has the answer.
By the argument that he's making, he believes in children having sex, because the age of consent for that is 16. But I think the mask slipped earlier when he said that this is about sort of gerrymandering and it's about giving an electoral advantage. And I wonder if he could comment on sort of why his party is so afraid that young people won't vote Conservative.
OK. It seems that none of them, Madam Deputy Speaker, none of them are willing to address. And it's a really simple binary choice because, as I say, both domestically and internationally, 16 and 17-year-olds are defined as children. And I've asked multiple times, but they will not address this. Perhaps she will have a go. Go on.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving me. Does he recognise the valuable contribution that young people in Scotland make to the democratic process and have done since 2014 when they were first able to vote in the independence referendum and since then in local elections and Scottish parliamentary elections? Does he value their contribution?
James Cleverly.
I value the contribution of people in this country, whether they are able to vote or not able to vote. But again, it does not address the point. I'm going to move on because it's clear that they either won't or can't, because they don't seem to know. They don't seem to know, Madam Deputy Speaker, whether they're giving votes to children or stripping childhood from 16 and 17-year-olds. I will give way.
Sir Ashley Park.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Does he notice the inconsistency in the government's plans, that they propose to lower the voting age to 16, but they don't propose to allow those same 16 and 17-year-olds to vote for Parliament, presumably because they're children?
I think he meant stand for Parliament, indeed. I think he meant stand for Parliament. So, look, I mean, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've tried on a number of occasions and I've not got an answer from the benches opposite or the benches across here.
The honourable gentleman's not giving way. Sir James Cleverly.
I will give the honourable gentleman, who he knows I respect him enormously, but I have got a number of other points I want to make. If he thinks he can answer the question I proposed, you can. He can, rather. OK, here we go.
Yeah, the Shadow Secretary of State has asked on a number of occasions about do we agree with his so-called legal definition. The legal definition is always for the purposes of the law it's intended to. So the Children's Act definition is for the purposes of the Act. Yeah. Therefore, we are debating for the purposes of voting today. Does he not?
Sir James Cleverly.
So I take it from that he is now saying that 16 and 17-year-olds are not children. Is that the point he's making? So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've tried to squeeze the logical underpinning of this proposal out of the government, and I have not been able to, because I don't think they know. Because if the government is going to make the case to give the votes to children, then why 16-year-old children? Why not 15-year-old children? I mean, he chuckles. Why not 15-year-old children? I mean, why not 15-year-old children? Why not? His argument, the argument is that they've got this longer stake in society. Well, if it's true of 16-year-olds, it is by definition more true of 15-year-olds. Or why not 14-year-olds or 13-year-olds? Will he take up the proposal of Professor David Runciman of Cambridge University and give votes to 6-year-olds? Because as a society, we do not confer legal adulthood and the actions of that on children, and the law reflects that. 16 and 17-year-olds cannot buy alcohol. They cannot buy cigarettes and vapes. They cannot stand for election to this House, or indeed at statutory representative bodies. They cannot legally place bets. They cannot marry in England and Wales. They cannot join the armed forces without parental consent. They cannot go to war. They cannot consume pornography, and rightly so. And if the Minister and his government now believe that 16-year-olds should, in fact, be of civic and legal adulthood, they should simply say so and put in place the legislative changes to bring consistency across the statute books. And good luck to him if he wants to make the case for 16 and 17-year-olds now being able to go through that and have the rights of the list that I just given. And if they don't feel that 16 and 17-year-olds should have those full rights and responsibility, then this change appears to be selective at best and cynical at worst. Such a fundamental alteration to the franchise for UK elections should rest on broad consensus and careful reasoning.
On the point of cynicism. Clearly this was cynical, but judging by Manchester, perhaps the Labour Party, when it comes to giving votes to 16-year-olds, should be careful what they're wishing for.
I mean, the honourable gentleman makes a very good point. To be honest with you, how people vote. So I'm a believer and lover in democracy, and being punished at the ballot box is a fundamental foundation stone of democracy, and none of us should change the mandate for narrow party political advantage. I strongly suspect that the point he makes is right, but that's not the point that I am making. This move will be perceived to be partisan and counterproductive. This bill could and should be so much better. And if the government was serious about this, they would work cross-party to get it right. Because democracy does not belong to ministers, it belongs to the people. And the rules that govern it must be worthy of their trust. For this reason, we have tabled our amendment, and I invite the House to support it. And I say to the right honourable gentleman, we will work with the government to seek to improve this bill. But we reserve the right to vote it down later on in its stages if the government does not act in good faith and in support of the broader principles of democracy.
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. I call Rushanara Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start by congratulating my honourable friends, the Secretary of State and the Minister responsible for introducing this bill. I'm proud to have worked on these important proposals in government and remain determined to ensure we protect, renew and enhance our democracy. Our democracy has inspired people and movements around the world, and we are rightly proud of it. But democracy, as we've heard, is hard-won and fragile. Today, there are forces which wish to damage our democracy and shake its foundations, with intimidation on the streets and disinformation online. Our democracy must be resilient and robust in the face of these threats. And that is why this landmark bill is so important. It represents the most ambitious change to our democracy for a generation. By allowing 16 and 17-year-olds the right to vote for the very first time in UK-wide elections, by introducing tougher rules on political donations, by tackling the scourge of harassment and intimidation and abuse of those participating in our public life, which is having a chilling effect on our democracy, and by improving our system of voter ID to encourage more people to engage and participate in our democracy. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we've already heard, votes at 16 is an historic opportunity to breathe new life into our democracy. If you're old enough to work, pay tax and serve your country, you're old enough to have a say in how it's run. But that right to vote should be matched by the right to be informed and educated about our institutions, our politics and our policies. And that's why it's crucial that we have high-quality citizenship education in our schools. And we must do more to connect with the millions who are eligible to vote, as we've heard, but choose not to take part in our democratic process. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the measures to strengthen the rules around political donations, to address the risks posed by malign actors who seek to interfere and undermine our democracy. I especially welcome the moves to introduce new Know Your Donor, Follow the Money checks, and the fines of up to £500,000 for those who are not following those rules, and the introduction of a UK connections test, and increased transparency for corporate donations to prevent shell companies funneling dodgy donations to political parties. I give way to my honourable friend.
She's making an excellent point about shell companies. Would she agree with me that it was really concerning that there were so many loopholes left open by the last government, which did allow foreign money to reach the highest levels of our politics, often hidden by those very same shell companies? Indeed, This loophole was used by the official opposition to accept hundreds of thousands of pounds from foreign-based donors, including £550,000 from Britannia Financial Group between 2019 and 2022. And company accounts show that in 2020, the year the firm donated more than £350,000 to the Conservatives, its ultimate controlling party moved from the UK to Switzerland. So does she agree with me that is a serious concern?
My honourable friend makes the case for why it's crucial to legislate to close those loopholes so that we can clean up our politics and we can make sure that the public has confidence in our political system. Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to the subject of cryptocurrency, we know that it offers a number of ways to circumvent donation laws, including by using multiple crypto wallets with different addresses, or fragmenting large donations into smaller amounts through crowdfunding to bypass the reporting threshold, and offering anonymity through the use of privacy coins. Exactly. Ireland, Brazil and several states in the US already have bans on crypto donations. The enemies of democracy are constantly looking at new ways to undermine our system. Yeah. Unless action is taken now, the threat of foreign interference in our democracy will continue to grow. The government has previously committed to taking action, and I'm reassured to hear from the Secretary of State that action will be taken to ensure that cryptocurrency doesn't find its way into political donations. This bill provides a very important opportunity to legislate. So I implore on the Secretary of State and the Minister to make sure, once the Rycroft review has concluded, that we put in the changes necessary in this bill to make sure we get a ban on cryptocurrency to prevent the threat of foreign interference in our democracy. Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to the subject of harassment and intimidation in our politics, our democracy depends on the willingness of ordinary people to step forward, to knock on doors and to serve our communities. So the new powers in this bill to allow courts to impose tougher sentences for offences involving electoral intimidation and remove the requirements for candidates to publish their home addresses are necessary protections. While parliamentary candidates have had the option of taking their home addresses off the ballot paper, local candidates haven't, and this is an important change to protect them. Most members of this House and many candidates, whether they were elected or not, carry their own experiences of threats and intimidation. The July 2024 general election saw a disturbing spike in intimidation and harassment, with Electoral Commission research revealing that more than half of candidates experienced harassment and intimidation. Mr. Speaker's conference found even more evidence of harassment and intimidation of candidates. Tyres were slashed, families were targeted, campaigners were driven off the streets, women and minority ethnic candidates were also disproportionately affected. But all candidates in different ways found themselves facing harassment and intimidation. We cannot go on like this. This was not heated political debate. It was organised attempts to intimidate people into silence. Exactly. Many elected representatives, Madam Deputy Speaker, do not discuss harassment, the harassment they have faced, as it can trigger further abuse and compromise our safety. Since I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for making a powerful speech on that point, and I know what she personally went through in the last general election, and many members from right across this House had to face that. Does she agree with me that if we do not address this, what will happen is we will see good, locally rooted candidates feeling afraid to put themselves forward to enrich our democracy because of that fear and intimidation?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and I have heard many say exactly that. And in fact, a number of ourselves have wondered if we knew what we know now about the state of harassment and intimidation in our politics, would we have stood for Parliament? Of course we have to fight against these threats, because if we don't, the next generation will be put off politics. And it's on us all to take the action to make sure politics is a safe space for people to operate and for candidates to stand forward, whichever party we belong to. The intimidation and harassment of elected representatives, of course, is not unique to one party or one group of candidates. It's widespread in a way that I had never imagined would happen. The industrial scale of intimidation and threats that we experienced in the run-up to the 2024 general election was unlike anything I previously experienced, and I suspect the same applies to many other colleagues in this House. Organised disinformation, death threats, and a campaign conducted with constant concerns for physical security and the security of campaigners and decent, law-abiding people who want to participate in our democracy. In my constituency and across the country, there were many brave campaigners who stood up for our democracy and bravely fought against that hatred. But they should not have to work in such a hostile environment, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's not just during the election cycle. It's not just during election campaigns. We have seen colleagues being threatened with murder. We have seen colleagues receiving death threats on a regular basis. We have seen local councillor candidates being threatened. When I was working on this strategy last summer, a week before, I received a threat to my life. 2 weeks ago, another threat. Sadly, this is now commonplace. Yeah. Too many colleagues, too many MPs and candidates and local representatives are experiencing this level of hostility. So we have to redouble our efforts to stop this hostility and the chilling effect that it's having on our democracy. We have to have a zero-tolerance approach to those who wish to undermine our elections in this way. That is something we have to work together on across parties. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not just the thugs, of course, on our streets. It's the hostile actors that we've already heard about in the speeches from the front bench. Hostile actors exploiting online platforms to flood debate with disinformation and deep fakes. Disinformation online fuels intimidation and hostility and violence offline. That has been our experience, many of our experiences, during the last election and subsequently. The toxic ecosystem is connected, and this bill begins to address that reality. But we have to do more. Alongside this bill, we need the government to do much more to tackle the very serious threat of foreign interference through the use of online platforms, not to mention the proliferation of online threats and the failure of platforms to take action. That means more action to stop platforms allowing for threats and online hostility against those who are in public life and our citizens. I'll give way to you.
Thank you very much for giving way. And I'd just like to add to that list of issues that need tackling. I wonder whether she would agree with me that the media and the role that the media plays in our politics, that there's a responsibility on the government to think really long and hard about what we do in that space.
We all have a responsibility, and I know of plenty of journalists in the media, particularly female journalists, who are being threatened and intimidated as well. So this is a wider societal issue about making sure that we can express freely, protect freedom of speech, but also protect those who are operating, whether in our media, whether in our politics and public life, and more widely, those who are participating in our democracy. I give way to the honourable member.
Honourable member for giving way. Does she agree with me that something that also fuels some of the division and attacks on politicians is when some individuals, including members of this House, express that they are driven mad by the sight of black and Asian people in different spaces in our society? Does she agree that that should stop and that all members have a responsibility to call that out?
I thank the honourable member for making that point. We have to take action against racism, anti-Muslim hatred, anti-Semitism, and other forms of hostility and hatred towards particular groups in our society, especially those with protected characteristics. There are laws in place that need to be enforced, and those laws are often being breached online as well. So we must ensure that we take that responsibility and show leadership in the way we conduct ourselves. Otherwise, we are going to face a situation where those with protected characteristics are driven out of public life. I am seeing that already in local communities and, of course, in our Parliament because of what we're experiencing. So, in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, our democracy is fragile and must be supported and strengthened in the face of rapid change and the threats from foreign interference. It is our duty to be stewards of our democracy, leaving it in a better place than we found it. It is at the heart of our liberty, our citizenship, and we must defend it, we must nurture it, and we must future-proof it. Thank you.
Yeah. Liberal Democrat spokesperson Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our liberal democracy has become acutely vulnerable. Trust in our politics is being pulled apart at the seams. We face a flood of foreign money and powerful men who hate our democracy, whether in Silicon Valley or the Kremlin, are working hard to undermine our social fabric and to interfere in our public life. Sadly, this bill does not meet that moment, and it falls woefully short of the fundamental changes our democracy urgently needs, even if we on the Lib Dem benches welcome some of the measures within it. We will be voting against the reasoned amendment and in favour of the second reading this evening, in the hope that the bill can be substantially strengthened as it works its way through Parliament. Because I fear that the government has not faced up to the crisis before us. Public trust in our political institutions is in free fall. 67% of the public think that politicians are just in it for themselves. And it's no wonder that so many people who would make fantastic elected representatives are put off from standing for election and they take their talents elsewhere. The Electoral Commission has recorded growing satisfaction with our democracy, and frankly, I understand why. Westminster has been rocked by scandal after scandal. Partygate, the news that former Reform UK Wales leader Nathan Gill had been taking bribes to advance a pro-Russian agenda in the European Parliament. The revelations about Peter Mandelson's shocking conduct. We need root and branch reforms to our political system. The government claims to be modernising our democracy, but this bill does not fix our outdated system, which continues to reward the most cynical members of the political establishment at the expense of everyone else. Where is the new accountability for politicians? Where are the robust measures to really stamp out corruption and interference? And why is there nothing that addresses a voting system that was out of date a century ago, undermines accountability and is profoundly unfair? Of course, there are worthwhile measures in the bills. The Liberal Democrats have been campaigning for votes at 16 for decades. We've seen them succeed in Scotland, and we are proud to have helped secure that provision within this bill. Young people pay taxes, face the consequences of political decisions, and care deeply about the future of their country. Denying them a vote was always difficult to justify. But this is far from enough to revive our democracy. As young people approach the ballot box for the first time in the next election, we must ensure that they, and everyone who can vote in our country, feel confident. When I recently met with students from Marple College in my Hazel Grove constituency, they're going to be voting for the first time at the next general election, and we talked about what they needed in order to be ready to cast their votes. They are already articulate, well-informed on politics and enthusiastic, and it's our responsibility to ensure that they feel confident to participate, confident that they won't be bombarded by disinformation, confident that their vote will count, confident that the system they are being asked to be part of is fit for purpose. They should be confident too that their civil liberties will be protected. We welcome the move towards automatic voter registration. We think it's a step in the right direction and we'll support it. But this must fully respect people's privacy as well as their right to vote. To take a more glaring example, new voters will still have identity papers demanded of them whenever they vote. It was implemented without decent evidence by a Tory party long out of ideas and full of cynicism. This bill could have and should have been used to scrap the Conservatives' voter ID scheme altogether. According to the Electoral Reform Society, 16,000 people were turned away from voting in 2024, held up alongside just 10 convictions of personation between 2019 and 2023. Which of those is really the greater threat to our democratic life? And that is symptomatic of a bill that's remarkably thin and all too timid, even in enforcing its own provisions. I am baffled as to why the government isn't going further to strengthen the Electoral Commission in the face of historic threats to our democracy. We very much welcome the removal of the Commission's strategy and policy statement. But the Commission itself has said that while it welcomes many of the changes set out in the bill, some provisions need to be strengthened to better protect the system from foreign interference. Because we should remember that this regulator is not currently truly independent. It was in 2022, under the Elections Act, the Conservative government gave powers to ministers to dictate roles and responsibilities of the Electoral Commission in achieving the government's policy priorities. It made a mockery of the idea that politicians should not be able to interfere in elections, and it paved the way for any future government of whichever political hue to rig our system. It is truly welcome that the Secretary of State just announced plans to reinstate the independence of the Commission by scrapping the SPS, because that should ensure non-partisan fair play in our elections. But it's on donations and foreign interference, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we find the bill most wanting. The case of Nathan Gill should stand as a stark warning of the levels of attempted interference that we now face. The gaping holes in this bill will allow foreign money to continue to flood in and infiltrate our democracy. For instance, using company revenue rather than profit as the test for determining whether a business has sufficient connection to the UK to make political donations is too weak a safeguard. It can be too easily gamed. Spotlight on Corruption has pointed out that the cap on corporations currently doesn't have teeth and should be focusing on profit. A company turning over significant revenue in the UK while being effectively controlled from abroad by interests hostile to our democracy could still make donations under these provisions, and that's not good enough. Foreign regimes and their political elites should have no business in our democracy whatsoever. I will give way.
For giving way. There's rightly been a lot of talk on both sides of the House about restricting and capping foreign donations and how that is regulated. But will she agree with me that we also need to look at how foreign individuals and foreign states use social media to influence and change the election results?
I thank the intervention from my honourable friend. He is entirely right that one of the big ways foreign individuals can influence our democracy is through money. It's the other way is through influence and using their money for the often not owned in the UK companies that control a lot of the information a lot of British citizens see, and he's entirely right to make that point. There's also a fundamental gap on a cap on political donations. The bill introduces transparency and due diligence requirements, but some more transparency alone is not enough when individuals and corporations can still donate unlimited sums to political parties. I will give way.
A moment ago she referenced Nathan Gill, and I share her abhorrence at what that Reform leader in Wales did in taking bribes from Russia. But what he did was already illegal. It was a case of being caught. So what is she suggesting that this bill should do to prevent those sorts of illegal activities from happening?
For his intervention and for allowing me a bit of space to expand further. I think companies should have to prove profit in the UK, not just revenue in the UK, in order to be able to donate. And I think there's a real danger that money from abroad, from state actors and non-state actors abroad, can be funneled through third-party campaign groups, think tanks and others, as a way of trying to influence our democracy. It's entirely possible that very wealthy individuals, or indeed state actors abroad, can put money into think tanks who then put money into political parties, and I think that's the sort of thing I'd look to amend as the bill makes its way through this House. Unlimited donations mean unlimited influence. They corrode public trust and distort political priorities. Until we cap donations, we will continue to have a democracy that is for sale. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is an extraordinary irony that despite the grand title of this bill, it doesn't even touch the root of unfairness and distrust in our democracy. It does nothing about a first-past-the-post voting system that was outdated decades ago and which is a millstone round the neck of our democratic life. This electoral system consistently delivers results that bear little resemblance to the actual preferences of the electorate. Millions of votes count for nothing. The Liberal Democrats will continue... I will give way. On the subject of PR,
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Would she not agree with me that since the House voted in favour of my proportional representation bill that I presented in December 2024, and since the Labour Party voted overwhelming for a motion to bring in proportional representation at one of their conferences, there is a very wide acceptance that it is time to scrap first past the post? It does not deliver the results that people vote for, and would she not agree with me that this is an enormous missed opportunity?
Strongly agree with my honourable friend and applaud the work that she has done during her time here to move the case forwards for a fairer, more representative voting system. I feel, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is a huge opportunity, and I look forward to working with colleagues across the House to look on how we can strengthen it and making it even better.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does she not agree with me that if single transferable vote is good enough for selecting select committee chairs and alternative vote is good enough for mayors, it should be good enough in other elections as well?
I do. I fear it would try the patience of the House if I were to get into the level of detail about my favourite voting systems with the honourable gentleman. I think we only have a further 3 hours of this debate, and so I will press on, but I do agree with him that there are more representative ways that we could elect our representatives, and we should look at those. We Liberal Democrats will continue to press for PR so that we can finally make every vote count. It is a matter of basic fairness, and no bill claiming to modernise our democracy can be taken seriously while it ignores this question. What's worse, Madam Deputy Speaker, it doesn't even introduce at all elections for our second chamber, leaving the House of Lords unreformed, unelected, and in the current climate, frankly, indefensible. Peers face no meaningful accountability to the public whose lives they affect. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill takes some limited, but sadly too timid steps in the right direction. It fails to seize the opportunity to rebuild trust and make our vulnerable, brittle democracy more resilient. We look forward to working constructively to strengthen it as it works its way through the parliamentary process, because we must be more courageous and ambitious than this bill as it currently stands. We've got to stop taking our democracy for granted.
Members will have noticed that we have many, many more members on their feet than we have time allocated. So if we start with a 5-minute time limit, Vicky Foxcroft.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I start by saying how happy I am to be contributing to today's debate? Members who've been in this House a while will know that I'm a long-term advocate for votes for 16 and 17-year-olds. Indeed, over the years, we've had many robust debates on the issue. Some may even remember when I was successful in my very first private member's bill ballot way back in 2015, which as a brand new MP was very daunting. And I can chat privately to any members who might want to about all the gaffes that I went and had at the time. But once I got over my initial nerves, it didn't take long to decide to put forward votes for 16 and 17-year-olds alongside decent political education. Now, during the 2014 Scottish referendum campaign, which many people have mentioned, when 16 and 17-year-olds were able to vote for the first time in Scotland, I was hugely impressed, not surprised, just impressed by how well informed they were, also how seriously they took their responsibilities when it came to voting. So I knew I had to play my part in pushing the issue up the agenda. And at the time, yes, I will give way.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way, because she's absolutely right about the 2014 referendum experience. And after that, I brought the Section 30 order to the House to give the Scottish Parliament the power then to lower the age for voting to 16 for local council and Scottish Parliament elections. Can I tell the Honourable Lady, there is nobody in Scotland now suggesting that we would go back to that. Is that not the acid test for the strength of her case?
I completely completely agree with everything that the honourable members said and articulated so well. So what I was going to go on to say is, at the time, some saw this as a controversial topic for a private member's bill. Now, I'm sure we're all aware there's been more controversial topics since. But I have to say, in pursuing this, it wasn't the first time of it being pursued. I believe there have been 18 or 19 other attempts to take this legislation forward. So I am proud that the Labour Party and now the Labour government committed to votes for 16 and 17-year-olds in our manifesto. And today we are delivering on our promise. Young people's voices matter. If you can pay taxes, why don't you have a say over how they're spent? If you can have a child, why don't you have a say over their future? And if you can join the army, why don't you have a say over the defence of our country? Now, when I visit schools and colleges, I'm always struck by how the students are incredibly thoughtful and articulate. And a few weeks ago, I visited Christ the King's Sixth Form in Brockley. And we discussed everything from social media and the cost of living to housing and international issues. And one of them told me she was running to be young mayor of Lewisham. By the way, this is the longest running young mayor's programme in the country and started in 2004. And this year we have 42 candidates standing, and voter turnout was 59% higher than what we get in some by-elections. Now, despite this, when election day comes, these same young people are told, you're not old enough, you don't get a say, you can pay taxes, have a child, leave home, join the army, but you have no say over your future. Maturity is not something we magically achieve on our 18th birthday. We do not test the political knowledge of 40-year-olds before they enter the polling station. Some might say we probably should do. I'm just joking. We do not deny the vote to those who choose not to follow politics closely. Democracy is not about passing an exam. It is about inclusion, equality and trust. And all across the world, countries are lowering the voting age. Austria, Brazil, Argentina, Ecuador, Cuba, Nicaragua, Ethiopia. But many of them that let young people vote at 16 also have strong civic education. So I urge the Minister to ensure that political education forms a strong part of changes that take place. My private member's bill made provision for improved citizenship education. And research shows that when people are given the votes earlier, they are more likely to develop a lifelong habit of voting. And if we want to reverse the trend of declining turnout, especially amongst younger people, the answer is not to keep them out. We need to bring them in. But this is not just about improving voter turnout. When we deny young people the vote, we send a message that the opinions of the next generation matter less. And yet they are deeply affected by the decisions we make in this House. When we talk about getting more young people into work, we need their voices. They should be seen as part of the solutions and not part of the problem. And when we have work experience people in my office, local students from Addy and Stanhope and Deptford Green, they are interested in how politics works, how it affects their lives, how they can champion the changes they desperately want to see. And they are the ones who will inherit the world we shape today. So 10 years on from my first private member's bill, today is the day we ensure they have their rightful place in shaping their future.
So Gavin Williamson.
Mr. Speaker, and there's much of what the Secretary of State said at the start of his opening remarks that I very much agree with about the threats to our democracy and the challenges that we face. But I do worry that this bill doesn't really go in quite the right direction in order to deal with those threats. It's right to say that the challenges of Russia and China, Iran, North Korea, all nations that wish to undermine our democracy, all nations that there is tentative evidence to see that they are already doing that in terms of how they have approached to try and influence our democratic structures. But this bill feels as if it is more about gestures than it is actually about substantial change. I think that when you're looking at changing the architecture of democracy, it should be done incredibly thoughtfully and carefully with proper consideration and consultation. There are areas that actually there will probably be a great deal of agreement on. There will be maybe some disagreements on other areas. But what is required is a thoughtful conversation that involves all. If I can pick upon a number of points that I think there is deep vulnerabilities in this bill. The automatic enrolment is something that superficially sounds like a very good idea, something that I think many of this House would happily support. But there is no clarity as to how this is going to be rolled out across the country. So at the next general election, it will be available in some parts of the country, but not in other parts of the country. You're going to effectively have two distinct electoral rolls. I'm not sure how this will go. I'm not sure if it will even survive judicial review, but I'm not a lawyer, and the Secretary of State probably has considerably more experience of judicial review recently than I have. But to me, it does look very vulnerable to potential challenge. And it would be it's very important that the Secretary of State sets out quite clearly how the issue of boundaries are going to be dealt with, which will, of course, be addressed straight after the next general election. Now, of course, if you have auto-enrolment in certain parts of the country, that is, I presume, to be defined by the Secretary of State as against by this House, then, and I know that the Secretary of State would never be so partisan as to do this, I'm sure, but to select areas, hypothetically, he could select areas that would be beneficial to the Labour Party and not areas that would be beneficial to the Labour Party. I'll happily give way.
For giving way, and we've heard this argument a couple of times, and he's making it well, but surely the easiest way to put this argument to bed, because he is making a grave accusation, is for the Secretary of State to simply intervene on the right honourable gentleman and state that auto-enrolment will be rolled out in all areas across the country before the next UK general election.
All at once, or at least all at once.
And I think the honourable gentleman makes a very valuable point, because this concern could easily be addressed here. I was hoping for the Secretary of State, but the number two, or really I'll happily give way.
Let me do the best I can. Is it seriously the right honourable gentleman's argument that the Labour Secretary of State might introduce auto-enrolment in particular areas that will help Labour? Is therefore what he's saying that the more people who vote, the more Labour is helped? Is that his central argument?
What I do think is important is it looks as if what isn't defined by the bill as to what areas will have auto-enrolment. So in theory, constituencies that would have, or areas that have a greater propensity to vote Labour could in theory, or used to have a higher propensity to vote Labour, could be prioritised. Now, what we would like to do is have clarity from the Secretary of State, and very happy to give way. In fairness, if every area of a country was to have auto-enrolment, that would actually reduce or eliminate the potential risk. But it is a concern, and it's something that I would hope during the course and the passage of this bill, it's something that the Secretary of State and the government will set out with absolute clarity. Because it's not just about the legislation, it's about the perception of where the government is going. And the Secretary of State got himself into some difficulty when it was seen that the government was trying to take away the right for people to have their vote on their local councils. And I'm sure the Secretary of State was doing this with a very good heart and very best of intentions. but the perception was different. I'll happily give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank him for giving way, and it's just that I'm still confused, because under first past the post, every seat is a different contest, and I'm just still confused why he feels that enabling more people to vote would be beneficial to the Labour Party.
The honourable gentleman is both confused and hard of hearing, because what I also pointed out is the Electoral Commission, straight after the next general election, will redo the boundaries for the whole country. And that is based on the electoral rolls of every single constituency and every single area across the country. So in certain areas, you will have auto-enrolment, and other areas you won't. That will effectively have a significant impact on the redistribution. I hope that has helped the honourable member's confusion. And I will sort of move on. I also think this is a fantastic opportunity that the Secretary of State could seize, is in order to end the automatic right of Commonwealth citizens to vote in this country. This is something that is not available to UK citizens in Commonwealth countries. The only country where there is an automatic right for UK citizens to vote is the Republic of Ireland. And this is something that is reciprocated here in the UK. Currently, there's up to 2.7 billion people on this globe who potentially, on moving to the United Kingdom, could have the automatic right to vote. Now, this is something that actually should be looked at very seriously. And I would ask the Secretary of State, as the bill moves through this House, to look at this option and to look at the potential to make sure that this open access to our democracy for anyone in this country is addressed. Thank you ever so much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I will be reducing the time limit after this speech to 4 minutes. So on a 5-minute time limit, Navendu Mishra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Democracy is valuable, it is hard-won and always worth protecting and defending. Stockport played a major role in the 1819 Peterloo massacre, with a large contingent of local protesters marching to Manchester to demand voting reform. I believe that we must always look for ways to make our democratic system more accessible, more inclusive and more representative. Giving young people the chance to have a say in the future of our country is important. Decisions the government makes now will not only affect young people today, but also have an enduring impact on their entire life. As such, it's only right and fair that young people are able to play a role in our voting system, in our democratic system. I want to take this opportunity to place on record my thanks to Michelle McLaughlin, MBE, and her team at Stockport College for the outstanding work in enrolling students onto the electoral register. The college automatically registered students to vote as part of the enrolment process. That simple administrative step removes barriers for young people and makes participation the norm rather than the exception. Trafford and Stockport College Group was the first further education institution in England to launch this type of voter registration service for 16-year-olds, ensuring that more young people across Stockport engage with the democratic process at an early age. This is exactly the kind of proactive approach we should be encouraging nationwide, and the team there will be very grateful for a ministerial visit, given the work they've done in this area. Madam Deputy Speaker, sadly, women and minority ethnic representatives have to face a shocking increase in threatening behaviour directed at them in recent years. My understanding is that women of colour have the worst abuse and threats directed at them. Abuse, threats or intimidation of any kind is simply unacceptable. It risks deterring people from taking part in public life or putting themselves forward for elected office. I welcome the important measures to protect candidates, electoral staff and campaigners from intimidation and abuse. The Right Honourable Gentleman from Islington North made an important point about people experiencing homelessness, and they should have a right to vote too, and I want to thank him for making that intervention earlier, and I support the suggestion of supporting more people experiencing homelessness into our democratic system. Madam Deputy Speaker, if you'll allow me, I would like to say a few words about standards in public life. In light of the recent Gorton and Denton by-election, my comments are related to that. In February 2026, just last month, a Tameside Council report found that a member of the infamous Trigamy Timbers WhatsApp group had made racist comments towards me. They questioned my accent, my looks, and ridiculed me. More importantly, they also did the same to many members of the public and Labour membership. As reported by The Guardian and the BBC, this person was a major participant in the group, and the report found that a reasonable person would find their remarks about me racist, and this person was a Labour councillor at the time. Madam Deputy Speaker, You may be aware that a former member of this House and a current member of this House were active members of that hateful WhatsApp group. Sadly, I've had to find out from the press that Tameside Council had commissioned this report and that a ruling was made regarding the participants' role against myself and others. As you would expect, this has had an enormously negative impact on my family and I. Can I encourage the Minister to tell us what more the government is intending to do to strengthen standards for elected representatives both at local government and parliamentary level, including tougher sanctions for serious misconduct, a mandatory code of conduct and accessible routes for redress of victims of such appalling behaviour when it comes to local authorities or Parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm in a very privileged position. I'm a member of the House of Commons and I'm able to make this speech today and make my points clear, but many members of the public and many lay members of the Labour Party don't have the same opportunities as myself, so I hope the Minister will listen to my comments. Overall, I welcome this bill. It makes important progress in strengthening participation and protecting candidates, but it could go further in lifting standards amongst elected representatives. Everyone, but especially elected representatives, have a responsibility to treat all people with respect, regardless of their views, their background, their appearance or culture. We especially should expect this from our colleagues, but sadly, this has not been my own experience, and I must say I'm saddened to say the Labour Party, in my view, hasn't dealt with this in a very good way. I'd just like to end on the point of thanking everyone at Stockport Council's Democratic and Electoral Services. They do a really important job for our town, and I'm grateful to them. Thank you.
And with a 4-minute time limit, Zoe Franklin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am grateful to be speaking in this debate for such an important bill that represents a long overdue modernisation of our democratic framework. But the government should be in no doubt we on these benches will push them to go further and faster. For decades, my party has campaigned for young people's voices to be properly recognised, so I'm delighted to see the voting age finally lowered to 16. This change would enfranchise around 1.7 million 16 and 17-year-olds, giving them a say in decisions shaping their futures. Since becoming the MP for Guildford, I have visited many schools across my constituency and spoken with young people whose thoughtful, informed questions make it abundantly clear they are more than ready to participate in our democracy. And while some may argue that 16 and 17-year-olds lack world awareness, I fundamentally disagree. And when pre-registration from age 14, with the right safeguards, we can build lifelong democratic habits and help close the participation gap. We, the Liberal Democrats, also welcome measures in the bill that protect our democracy from the corrupting influence of dark money. The new Know Your Donor requirements and tighter rules on corporate and unincorporated association donations are essential to prevent foreign interference and restore trust in how politics is funding. We will be calling, of course, for further important changes to strengthen the bill in this area. However, this bill misses a vital opportunity to fix our broken electoral system. First past the post is unfair, outdated and increasingly indefensible. Democracy, on that point, yes.
I'm extremely grateful to my honourable friend for giving way to making an excellent speech. Would she agree with me? What we need is a radical reset of democracy in our country to reinvigorate trust which has been lost all too often recently. We need to cap big donations, we need to bring in fair votes, and we need to abolish the ludicrous voter ID scheme from the last government.
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention, and I wholeheartedly agree with his intervention. And I urge the government to listen to the 60% of the public who want a fairer voting system, and indeed to their own party members, and to take very seriously the case for proportional representation. As a member of the Speaker's Conference on the Security of MPs and Candidates, I want to declare my interest and welcome the inclusion of our recommendations in this bill. We live in a time when abuse and threats deter talented people, particularly from underrepresented backgrounds, from standing for public office. I am pleased that this bill takes steps to better protect candidates and their families, but again, we must go further. We need to ensure that Section 106 of the RPA 1983 is updated to explicitly criminalise the use of AI and deepfakes to smear candidates. Technology is moving rapidly, and those intent on undermining our democracy are moving with it. We must future-proof this legislation. Looking across this House, we have made real progress in reflecting the diversity of the communities we serve, but there is still far to go. This bill provides an opportunity to enact Section 106 of the Equality Act 2010,
requiring political parties to publish diversity data. It has long been a Liberal Democrat commitment, and I pay tribute to organisations including Centenary Action, who have campaigned tirelessly for this level of transparency. And finally, I urge the Government to reinstate the Access to Elected Office Fund in England, which was scrapped in 2020. The bill claims to support disabled candidates, yet offers no financial mechanism to make this a reality. Wales and Scotland already provide such support. Why not England? I will.
Thank you for taking my intervention. And Don has made a very important point around accessibility for elections for disabled candidates, but also for disabled people voting. And Disability Charities made the point that there's some way to go in ensuring that our elections are truly accessible for disabled people. Would you agree with me that it would be important for the passage of the bill to look at how we can ensure legislation ensures that our elections are truly accessible for disabled people?
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention, and I wholeheartedly agree that we need to look more at how we ensure that everyone is able to take part in voting, in particular those with visual impairments. Returning to my point, it is an anomaly that Wales and Scotland have such support, but England does not. So I return to that question. Why does England not have that fund? We must ensure that people with disabilities are not prevented from standing to represent their communities. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am pleased to be serving on the Bill Committee, and I look forward to working constructively with the Government to strengthen this legislation further, so our democracy is truly safe, truly fair and truly representative of all. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Matt Weston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill introduces timely reforms such as extending the right to vote for young people. It addresses the rising and ever more concerning issues of harassment and intimidation. With foreign interference expected to intensify the deterioration of the international security environment and the threats posed by wealthy donors, crypto and AI, I would encourage the Government to go further. And that is where my remarks will be more focused. Last September, our Joint Committee on National Security Strategy heard from the Spotlight on Corruption that there had been foreign interference in 21 elections across Europe in recent years. Elsewhere, research from a 2022 US intelligence assessment estimated that Russia had spent $300 million on political influence in 24 countries. Beyond direct state influence, there is the issue of obscenely wealthy donors and corporations. We've seen that corporate donations have tripled over the last 3 elections here in the UK, rising from 14 million in 2017 to 42 million in 2024. Beyond these challenges, the bill introduces valuable provisions. The political finance reforms are good, but the bill creates a new Know Your Donor requirement to ensure political parties conduct necessary due diligence. The bill requires parties to verify that companies that wish to donate must now demonstrate sufficient revenue and a qualifying connection to the UK or Ireland. And the bill introduces significantly increased penalties up to £500,000 that the Electoral Commission will be able to issue. And when it comes to business and corporate donations, I'd like the legislation to go further and for there to be a longer qualifying period and profit measure to protect the system more against phantom businesses and shell companies. Elsewhere, our committee is calling for a temporary moratorium on accepting crypto donations until the Electoral Commission produces statutory guidance and stronger systems. We want to see stronger powers for the Electoral Commission, such as the ability to compel financial institutions to provide information relating to funds connected to donations so that they can more fully investigate. And we want to see a single police lead for political finance and foreign interference, and a review into sentencing of political finance offences. Personally, we need to look more closely at think tanks and their role and how they are funded. I'd like to see the legislation go further and for there to be a longer qualifying period and profit measure to protect the system. I want to see a donation cap on corporation and personal donations and consideration to amending the schedule of penalties to make it more proportionate to the donor's wealth and ensure that companies paying MPs fees and salaries in whatever field that may be, but particularly in media, that they should fall under political finance regulations. Madam Deputy Speaker, I absolutely welcome the bill, and I absolutely recognise that we need to see much tighter regulation across our political finance. We need to regulate across the interference that so many states and individuals would wish to influence on our democracy. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the bill and I very much look forward to working with the ministers in the coming weeks.
George Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is an important bill and I support some of the Secretary of State's aims and aspirations as set out at the beginning. I also share many of the concerns of my right honourable friend, the Shadow Minister, the member for Braintree. I'm sure, like all members here, we take, all of us, the importance of representing children seriously. I, for one, always pledge, in the 5 times I've been lucky enough to be elected, the first pledge is that I will hereby serve everybody in the Mid-Norfolk constituency, including and particularly those who don't have a voice, who need to be spoken for, and I always reference children. So, with the gentlest and greatest respect, I just urge colleagues who are somehow in danger of suggesting that if we don't pass this change, we are signalling that we don't care about young people, that is not the case. And I do think there are some dangers, having been elected to this House quite a long time, of well-intended legislation having unintended consequences that we later regret. But tonight, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm going to focus my comments, given time is short, on my own experience of having been, I think, the first parliamentary victim of an AI deepfake video attack, and to point out some of the obvious gaps in the law that has made clear to me, and the danger of political disinformation and serious disruption to our politics. But I also want to make a particular point, having consulted widely in the last 4 or 5 months, about the importance of protecting people, all people, not just politicians, against having their identity stolen, which seems to me a fundamental issue in a digital age. For those colleagues who were doing other things that day in November, when I found myself the victim of an AI deepfake attack, my phone went hot. I suddenly found myself being called all manner of names that I couldn't possibly repeat to this House, and it was quite clear that I was at the heart, suddenly, of a media storm that I had no idea what had caused. And then saw the video, and it was indeed a video of me in my Westminster office, wearing my customary tank top, waving my hands around and speaking, not dubbed, about my decision that the political party I'm proud to represent and serve had let this country down, that I was joining Reform. Now, leave aside for a minute the ridiculousness of that proposal and the insult that somebody who prides himself on taking his politics seriously and thinking about the philosophic basis for politics would join a rabble based only on populism. The more serious issue is that my constituents were deeply confused and democracy in my constituency disrupted. And when I contacted, Madam Deputy Speaker, Meta, the platform on whom this scurrilous, mischievous and disinforming information had been published, Meta said to me, well, it doesn't breach any of our guidelines. Now, I understand the importance of protecting our vulnerable young children from grooming and protecting people from economic fraud, but I put it to this House that somebody seriously misrepresenting for the purposes of political misinformation and disruption an elected member is an important issue and should not be allowed. It should be a breach of Meta's guidance. When I spoke to the police, they admirably did take it seriously and in fact encouraged me with the CPS to bring a test case, but I would have had to have made the case compellingly that I was suffering as a victim of that I was suffering psychological damage. Now, I may well be suffering psychological damage, but I'm not going to tell the people of Mid-Norfolk that I can't take a joke. And it is really important that we in this House defend the importance of humour and satire in our democracy. It plays a really important role. But I think this is different. So, unless anybody intervenes on me in wrapping up, I'm going to make the point that I'm going to support my honourable friend and fellow member of the Select Committee, the member for Milton Keynes, in the amendments that she's targeting to stop political disinformation. But I want to ask the House whether it isn't time that we passed a law to protect all citizens against having their identity stolen. Everybody in this country should go to bed at night not worrying that they may wake up in the morning and find somebody has stolen their identity, whatever the purpose.
Valerie Vaz.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Mid-Norfolk. I would like to start by thanking the Minister for engaging with members, and we've now got a bill of 7 parts, 81 clauses and 11 schedules. And on young voters, I hope the team will work with the Department for Education so that young people understand the democratic process. Some schools do it, but it is a matter for everyone. Oh, yes.
Sorry, well,
thank the Honourable Member for taking intervention, because it's a very important point, because in Scotland that didn't actually happen to the extent it should have done, and the IPPR have actually made some recommendations on that very issue. So it's very much welcome what the Secretary of State said, but just to say, would she agree that it's vital that colleagues in the Education Department recognise the importance of that too?
Fantastic job, but it needs to be extended out to every single school, perhaps compulsory. So the young people, when they get to vote, know the difference between misinformation, disinformation and the truth. On registration of voters, valid points have been made about what ID is used, and that needs to be extended, especially as the 16-year-olds get to vote. They may have different ID. Auto-registration is so important, and that's welcome. Yep. It was the poll tax that prevented people from actually going on the register, so it's good that there are government gateways that will be used to ensure people are on there. I think the Secretary of State has missed a trick. I would have liked compulsory voting, but I think maybe that's a step too far. In Australia, the turnout is 90%, and they've had it since 1929. On campaign and political expenditure in relation to donor money, I like the Electoral Commission's idea of a donor declaration. The total donation is listed for the entire year, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's based, as the Honourable Member for Hazel said, on the company's profits, not just on revenue. They can operate as a company, but they may not generate enough money to make donations, and then they're open to outside influence, and it defeats the mischief that this bill is trying to deal with. We need to lift that corporate veil. I'm absolutely delighted that the Electoral Commission's strategy and policy statement has been now revoked. That was the main part of my speech. A government of any kind should not be interfering with the Electoral Commission. There should be no direction from a government to have regard to. And I remember speaking in the Elections Act in 2022 that this was unnecessary and not proportionate. Yep. And at the time, every committee of the House who looked at it said there was no evidence for this. So I'm really pleased that this has happened. But the Commission is accountable to Parliament through the Speaker's Committee for the Electoral Commission. And at present, there are 10 members, 5 of which picked by the Speaker, 5 ex officio. I think Unlock Democracy are arguing for more lay members on the Commission. I don't know if that should be lay members, as we have in other committees, or if it should be extended to other political parties so that it should be politically neutral. So I'm really pleased that the Electoral Commission has got its independence back. I hope this bill gets the public information and publicity that it needs, that will encourage people to exercise their civic duty to register and to vote.
Yeah. Danny Kruger.
Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and let me start by expressing my commiseration with my former friend, my still friend, who was inadvertently confused with somebody who might want to join the Reform Party. Difficult to imagine a member less likely to want to do that, or indeed to be received by the Reform Party. Then my right honourable friend, I'm sure he's happy to hear that.
Integrity, obviously.
Except possibly the Shadow Secretary of State himself, also less likely. But he once had his own problems with counting votes in an election in the Conservative Party. Anyway, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to address the absurd suggestion of votes at 16. I think that those have been very well dealt with by other members, particularly the obvious point that it's suggested by members that because young people can sign up to join the army before but while they're 16, they should therefore be able to vote. The fact is, they can only join the army, not to go and fight, but as a cadet, and only with parental consent. So anybody who's suggesting that somehow means that they should be able to vote, I'd invite them to suggest, do they think that parents should also be given consent to how they vote in the ballot in the voting booth? I think not. I'm going to come to family voting in a moment, however. Happy to give way.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. I would like him to elaborate on what is the absurdity that he sees in 16 and 17-year-olds being able to vote. What is it that he feels about them that disqualifies them or makes them less able to take a democratic decision than an 18-year-old?
The absurdity is that we already prevent young people at that age from driving, from buying cigarettes and alcohol, from standing for Parliament, we already conclude that they are not responsible enough in general. Obviously, there are many who are far more responsible than adults, but the conclusion is that they are still children and they should not be exercising this vital responsibility in respect of our whole democracy until they are 18. Just to quickly mention the Rycroft review, may I stress on behalf of my party how much I welcome the review. It's absolutely right. Many members have mentioned this point, this disgraceful episode of a Reform member, a former MEP, taking bribes from a foreign state. It's absolutely right. We look very closely into the circumstances that allow for that to arise. And we will wait and see what the review comes up with. But it is quite right that we take whatever steps are necessary to ensure that we do not have foreign financial interference in our democracy.
What do you tell your party leader?
But that is our party position. But the point, and it's been made repeatedly in this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, about the importance of ruling out foreign interference in our democracy. And let me actually address the glaring foreign interference that we have and that we saw in Gorton and Denton last week. And it hasn't been mentioned, I'm sorry to say, in this debate so far. We've been talking about this one disgraceful incident while mass abuse of our democracy has been going on. It appears from the evidence from independent observers that as many as 2/3 of polling stations had compromised voting in that election last week. As many as 1 in 8 votes may have been cast under coercion, under pressure of family voting. This is a deplorable state of affairs, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it should be the focus of the whole House to understand what has happened. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is important that we speak truthfully and honestly in this place. And so I will say what is clearly true and what we all know. We are talking about Southeast Asian communities, which has been clearly demonstrated objectively in the past. We're talking about people taking their orders on how to vote from mosques and from clans, often direct from Pakistan. We are seeing the criminal abuse of democracy by Labour. Let me finish the point. I certainly give way to both gentlemen. We're seeing the criminal abuse of British democracy by Labour and now by the Green Party, which has been this malignant new force, has now occupied, having its last force. No use to it. I'll happily give way to the honourable.
I thank the member for giving way. He's just made the most extraordinary allegation about an electoral process last week, in which he's suggesting that 12% of all votes are somehow or other invalid because of pressure that he claims is put on them. Has he got any real evidence of this, or is this just an easy assertion to make to grab some headlines in the social media and elsewhere today?
Kruger. The honourable gentleman, this is absolutely right that we have this debate, and I'm citing evidence provided by Democracy Voices, the independent observers who were present in these polling stations last week. It is important that we look into it. Obviously, it's impossible to tell definitively at this stage exactly what went on, but it is clear from these independent observers that serious abuse seems to have been practised. I'll give it to the honourable gentleman because I think came up first.
I'd thank the honourable member for giving way. Can I first of all congratulate the Green Party on their very significant majority in their win? They're not my party, but I'll congratulate them for that very significant win over Reform and the Labour Party. On that point, does he not agree with me? Every single UK citizen, regardless of their faith or their ethnic background, has as much right to cast their vote as any other member without fear or favour.
I'm delighted to agree with the honourable gentleman. That is exactly the principle that should be applied. And every British citizen, that's exactly what I think. Every British citizen should be able to...
Point of order, Liam Byrne.
I believe that I heard the honourable gentleman accuse a political party in this chamber of, quotes, a criminal abuse of democracy. Did I hear that correctly, Madam Deputy Speaker? Is that remark in order? Or does the honourable gentleman, and I use that word loosely, need to now back up his allegation with some hard evidence?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order, and I am hoping that the other honourable gentleman will reconsider his words and withdraw them. Danny Kruger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sorry if I inadvertently suggested that it was a party abusing our electoral system. What I'm actually suggesting is that there is abuse of our electoral system through a network, an influential network that applies in these constituencies. So that is my suggestion. That appears to be the case. So, I'm happy to give way to the honourable lady.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. Does he not recognise that the resounding victory of the new honourable member for Gorton and Denton in the by-election was a victory for hope over hate? And does he not recognise that he sounds like an extremely bad loser?
I should have started by congratulating the new honourable member on her personal victory. I am, however, very concerned about the circumstances in which many of those votes were cast, and those are not. This is not my. I'm not plucking this concern out of the air. It's clearly apparent there is very widespread concern, and it's not just. It's not the first time. It's not the first time that this has happened. When I give way to the honourable lady and then to the honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful for him giving way on this point. He rightly mentioned the work of Democracy Volunteers, which is a long-established and well.
Order. Emily Darlington.
The most personal form of power each of us has is the power to choose. When we mark our ballot, we exercise something profound and meaningful. Our power to decide freely what kind of future we want, and that choice belongs to each of us. But today is clear that that power to freely decide our future is under attack, not because our vote has been taken away, not because of voter fraud. It is because the environment in which we make up our minds is being deliberately distorted. Hostile states, especially Russia, are investing in digital tools designed to confuse, divide and destabilise us. At the same time, big tech has built systems that reward the strongest reaction. Rage over fact, speed over accuracy, repetition over reflection. One seeks to weaken us, the other profits from whatever captures our attention, and together they distort the spaces in which many of us now make up our minds. So we have come together to go forward amendments that would help the Representation of the People Act continue to maintain the democracy that we expect it to. We already accept that there are election rules that require us to regulate spending, prohibit impersonation, and enforce transparency. We choose to do that because our democracy is too important to leave unguarded. The digital space, where so many of our choices are now formed, should be no different. It's our duty to protect people's power to choose. Then these 5 things must follow. First, we must identify the crime. At the moment, lots of laws apply, but it's not specific. It's hard for law enforcement to act. We must codify that existing laws apply to these digital behaviours, with recognition that these are serious offences with serious consequences. Second, we must shine a light. If a video is artificially generated to impersonate a candidate, voters have the right to know, as my right honourable friend has described his own experience. We need much higher levels of disclosure and labelling of where it comes from, so that people can better understand what they're seeing. And that's why we need more regulation and transparency around political advertising, with all paid digital advertising being kept publicly available in a library so that it's open for all to see. Third, we must demand that major platforms play their proper role in society. These platforms shape what millions of people see during an election, and they must be accountable. These amendments enable Ofcom to demand action from these platforms unless they want to face major consequences by making electoral offences a priority offence under the law. With our success in forcing Grok to take action on notification, we know we can act to protect people. No platform is too big or too powerful. Fourth, law enforcement and regulatory bodies. Yes.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Would she agree with me that our joint honourable friend from the Select Committee was woefully let down by Meta in the attempt of his to get his own video taken down?
Completely agree, and I think we all agree that a misrepresentation of that kind is distorting to electorate's views, no matter what side of the House that you're on. And the reality is it should be taken down, and I think we can all agree on that fact. Fourth, law enforcement and regulatory bodies must have the power to act. The Electoral Commission must have more power to investigate with real-time access to platform data that is so vital to understanding the impact of algorithmic systems, the role of inauthentic behaviour through bots, and regulators must have the power to compel major platforms to take action, including in this case. We have a standard way to let the public know about incidents when they happen. They need to be informed.
Fifth, these rules must apply year-round. One of the reasons Meta won't take it down is we're not in electoral period. These online methodologies are so powerful because they recognise a truth, that we don't just make our choices at the election period, we are making up our minds all the time. So let's get our election law in line with that reality. And finally, we propose an amendment which goes to the core of how we treat each other. We must take action to reduce abuse of candidates. I commend the Speaker and his conference for the important work that they have done on this issue, because we all know too personally where this leads. Not only have we already lost beloved colleagues and friends to violence, but we have also lost talented people who will be put off running in the first place. These are a robust set of choices that we're here in the chamber we can make to protect the future that we live in together. They're not about shutting down arguments or preventing someone from speaking their mind. They're about protecting the space for each of us to make the choice freely, and for those spaces to be filled with genuine discourse and arguments. Thank you, Madam.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's a real pleasure to follow the member from Milton Keynes Central, who spoke very passionately about the risks of democratic interference. And I know it's something that she's thought about quite considerably in great detail. She may be aware that during the passage of the Data Act, we had an amendment to bring in to help facilitate digital watermarking, which I think in this space would help not only with the copyright AI issue, but particularly with the risk of democratic interference. Authenticity in communications is so important. But I want to talk for my contribution in this debate about votes at 16. Now, I think it's an incredible privilege to live in the United Kingdom and to be a citizen of the UK. And one of those privileges is that we have a very long established history of free and fair elections. And many people, many of our ancestors fought pretty hard and made great sacrifices to get the voter franchise that we have at the moment. Voting is really, really important. It's important as an adult act, as a citizen of our country. Voting matters. That impact matters. I think voting is part of the contractual relationship in some ways that we have with the state. As being citizens of our country, we then have a right that we can vote and we can influence, whether that's at local or parliamentary, at any level, the decisions that are being made on our behalf by the people who are here, by our representatives. But I'm very concerned that to take away the adultness of voting, to say that essentially children, people below the age of 18, have now got that expanded voter franchise, it actually diminishes the status of voting in our country. It's to take it away from being an act where you have to pass an age barrier to be recognised as an adult in our society, to be able to take part in. Very happy to give way.
I thank the honourable member, and I do have a lot of respect, and I know that he speaks with a lot of clarity and authority. On this issue, would he agree with me when he visits schools, colleges in his constituency, like many of us do, that as members we have meaningful, impactful discussions with those young people, and those young people should be enfranchised to vote?
So I thank her for her intervention, but I think there is a difference between representing people and people having the ability to vote for us, because that argument, if you take it to its ultimate conclusion, would expand voter franchise to to every single age, but also non-citizens. Now, I don't know if people agree or not. That I'm interested to hear if that sort of debate expands. I'm sure there are many people under the age of 18 who I'm sure will have decision-making capacity to vote, who have the maturity and the ability to vote. Yeah, from my perspective, this debate is not about that. It's not about someone's ability to vote, it's whether they should vote, and the status of which we afford voting enfranchisement. I think it's... Very happy to give way.
I'm really grateful to Honourable Give Way. He's making an interesting argument that voting should be defined not by age, but by a contract of citizenship. Could I ask him just to share what he thinks those might be? Is it living in the country, paying tax, working here? What would be... It's an interesting idea. Rather than age, we do it on the basis of your contract with the state. What might they be?
Well, I thank him for his intervention. I would say one of those criteria should be that one's an adult, because voting is an adult act, and the other criterion should be citizenship. We can have, I think, maybe not the time for debate today in terms of how we approach citizenship in the UK and what that actually means. But I think if we start trying to unravel, very happy to give way, but I've go for it.
All gentlemen for giving way. Is his reference to citizenship implying that Commonwealth and Republic of Ireland citizens who have been enfranchised for about 100 years should be disenfranchised in this country?
I'm not making any sort of comments on that. My point is very simple, which it's citizenship and its age, and it's about being... If we are to apportion the respect to voting, which I think we absolutely should, I think all of us in this House think voting is an important, critical thing to do. I think giving it the status of being an adult decision as opposed to a decision made by children, I think is also very important. I think to not do so is actually fundamentally anti-democratic. I think it diminishes what people have to go through in terms of the status of voting compared to other decisions. I think voting is more important than being able to buy a beer. I think voting is more important than having a driving licence or being able to join the cadets. I think voting is absolutely critical, and that's why I think it's so important that it should be seen as an adult act, not an act that can be within the scope of being a child. Lady from Milton Keynes first, and over there.
Thank the honourable member for giving way. If we're to talk about, in the context of voting and linking it to brain development and maturity, that would mean that men would get the right to vote about 5 years after women would. So should we base it on that science?
So I thank her for her intervention, and the point she's made illustrates exactly why you have to use an adult citizenship criterion, not one based on capability or ability. Because the moment you start to do that, all sorts of awful things could risk starting to happen. I think you get the right to vote in the UK if you are a citizen and if you're an adult, and that's it. It's not whether you have some sort of... We should never put at risk someone's right to vote because of considerations about their cognitive ability, and that goes in both directions. So what I was saying in my last 15 seconds is be careful what you wish for, making arguments to remove adult status and citizenship from voter enfranchisement, because you may not like where you end up with.
Patrick Hurley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is much in this bill to welcome. Extending participation, improving voter registration and strengthening the integrity of our elections. They're all steps in the right direction. But in the time available to me, I want to concentrate on one thing that this bill could do but doesn't. Because while it improves aspects of participation, it doesn't address the way that votes are translated into representation in this House. The electoral system that we've got was not designed for the political landscape that we see today. When the modern party system was taking shape 100 or so years ago, the assumption was that the British politics would continue as it had previously on a two-party framework. And as we all know, that's not what we've got today. The country's changed, our politics has changed, our politics has become more fragmented, and our democracy, our democratic system, must be able to change to accommodate that changed reality with it. It's increasingly common for members of this House to be elected without majority support in our own constituencies. It's increasingly common for voters to feel compelled to vote tactically rather than with their heart. It's increasingly common for voters to vote against the outcome they don't want, rather than for the outcome that they do. And as a result of all this, it's increasingly common for people to question whether their vote is meaningful in any sense at all. That's not... I'll give way.
I thank you for giving way. I mean, this is exactly the key point. In an election, if you have to vote against what you don't want, it poisons the whole of our democratic well, because voters feel they end up with a choice that they haven't chosen. They've made a negative choice rather than a positive choice.
He makes a very valid point, and I hope the House listens. It's not healthy for our democracy to be like this. I'm not suggesting individual members lack legitimacy, but I'm saying that the system itself is losing the confidence of the people that we represent. It's for these reasons, I think, that there should be a strong case given for seriously considering alternatives to the first-past-the-post system. Alternative vote, for instance, would retain the constituency link, it would retain local accountability, and it would retain the principle that each area elect its own representative, but it would also ensure that those elected to this place do so with a majority of support from our voters in our constituencies and not merely a plurality.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and he talks about the legitimacy of the voting system and the votes nationally not being proportionally represented here. Is the example he's using the current government that got 34% of the vote but has 63% of the seats in this House?
Honourable member before talked about poisoning the well of politics, and I think that was a great example of making a partisan point when it was unnecessary to do so. It would also allow voters to express their genuine preferences. It would strengthen the mandate on which we are all elected to this place. It would have completely transformed, in a positive way, the two by-elections and the by-election campaigns that we've seen in this Parliament. Instead of appealing to voters to keep the worst candidate out of office, which happened in one of those by-elections, instead of an appeal to doing that, instead we would have an appeal to voters on a more progressive and positive basis. As a way of getting to that position, I want to express my support for the proposal to establish a National Commission on Electoral Reform. A Commission on Electoral Reform would allow the evidence to be examined properly. It would allow the public to engage seriously with the options available to them, and it would allow any future decisions to be made on the basis of broad consensus. Now, the Labour movement was founded on the principle that the working class should have a meaningful voice in the decisions that impact on our lives. And that principle remains just as important today as it was when my party was founded. Ensuring that our electoral system reflects the realities of modern Britain and commands the confidence of those that we represent is part of honouring the tradition of my party and my movement. As I say, this bill contains many welcome measures, but we should also be willing to recognise that strengthening democracy is an ongoing task. Supporting a National Commission on Electoral Reform and giving serious consideration to reforms such as the alternative vote would be a measured, responsible and sensible step in that direction. I hope that this House will approach that question in the same spirit of democratic renewal that has served our country so well in the past.
Brendan O'Hara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Although it would be churlish to deny that this bill is a step forward, I think it is important to look at what it is a step forward from. Because I'm one of the few members of this House who sat through the 2022 elections bill and went, as part of that committee, went through it line by line. And along with colleagues who now sit on the government benches, we were united in saying that that Tory election bill was an affront to democracy. But now in power, Labour has taken that affront to democracy and rather than ripping it into a million pieces, they're doing what Labour seems to do best, and that's to take the very worst of Tory legislation and make it slightly less offensive. So while there are elements in this bill which will improve existing legislation and therefore we will support it, this is not what we were promised, and I fear that this will be seen as a huge missed opportunity. Madam Deputy Speaker, we very much welcome the extension of the franchise to 16 and 17-year-olds for UK general elections, which brings this place into line with what Scotland has enjoyed for more than a decade and where it has been proven to be an unqualified success. We also welcome efforts to clamp down on dark money infiltrating UK politics and shining a light into that murky world of Westminster political donations is long overdue.
But given that the Labour Party have been promising this since 1997, I think we best put this one on the "I'll believe it when I see it" pile, particularly when the scandal of dodgy donations that's now disgraced the Labour Party through Labour Together continue to swirl around Labour MPs. As an opposition, one of the biggest arguments that we had with the Tories was the introduction of voter ID, arguing that it was a solution to a non-existent problem. And the Prime Minister, now Prime Minister, was right when he said it was locking people out of democracy. Yet now that they're in power, rather than scrapping the entire scheme, they've chosen to keep it, merely extending what is acceptable forms of voter IDs, knowing full well that it disadvantages ethnic minority communities, the young, the homeless and the elderly. But my problem goes beyond what's in this bill to what is not in this bill. And the rejection, once again, of any form of proportional representation is a scandal. Madam Deputy Speaker, the fragmentation of UK politics is happening at pace, and the government's refusal to look at a proportional representation is dangerously short-sighted. British parliamentary elections have become a race to achieving 34%, because, as we know, that's where landslides happen. And there could be a painful reality check coming after the next general election, when a party not a million miles from here, which refuses to play by the rules, achieves a huge majority on barely a third of the electoral vote. So even at this stage, I urge the government to look again at this opposition to proportional representation, because if they don't, we could all live to regret it. There are several other areas which the bill is deficient. There are still weaknesses and loopholes in the political finance. The registration has to be rolled out much quicker, and there have to be much tighter regulations on cryptocurrency. And yet again, the Labour Party, for whatever reason, has decided to ignore the abominations of democracy at the end of the corridor. This is a million miles from being perfect, but on the basis it's a very small step in the right direction, we will support it this evening.
Lauren Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this bill, and particularly the parts that deliver on the government's manifesto commitment to give 16 and 17-year-olds the right to vote, the introduction of automatic voter registration, and widening the list of accepted forms of voter ID. By taking these steps, the government is improving the way that our democracy runs and the way that our citizens engage with it. But there are ways that it can be improved, and I'd like to talk about unincorporated associations. Now, while used by some legitimately, they can also be an opaque vehicle for funds of unknown origin, and there is the potential for them to be used for foreign interference in our political system. Transparency International UK found that of the £40 million in donations made by unincorporated associations since 2010, a huge 38.6 million came from unknown sources under the existing rules. So it is certainly time for change, and especially the case since the previous government took the opportunity in its last few years to increase the thresholds for reporting of political donations from unincorporated associations, which was a thoroughly retrograde step, and one that I'm very pleased that we are addressing today. Now, this bill takes welcome steps to prevent unincorporated associations being used to conceal donations from impermissible sources, and reduces the level at which they must register with the Electoral Commission and report gifts. But the reporting threshold for all of these measures remains unnecessarily high. The criticism of our current system is not only that it allows dark money into our political system, but also that it is unnecessarily complex and confusing. So the government should take the opportunity this bill presents to tackle both issues by reducing the reporting threshold for unincorporated associations to £500, equal with the permissibility threshold. And to deliver maximum transparency, I also urge ministers to consider whether the bill should also require information to be published on the purpose and activities of unincorporated associations, as well as who is in control of them. I'd also like to briefly touch on the work that I've been doing as a member, as Vice Chair of the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committee. Last year we published a report into the 2024 general election and made recommendations to government, some of which I welcome are reflected in the bill we are discussing today. Now, during the committee's inquiry, I asked the chair of the Electoral Commission why our elections are held on a Thursday and was told that it's simply tradition. Now, it might seem a minor point, but the general election in 2024 saw the second lowest turnout since the introduction of universal suffrage. So in that context, we need to be pulling every lever available to us to make it as easy as possible for people to exercise their right to vote. I'm sure we've all stood on a doorstep at night unsuccessfully asking someone to go to the end of their street who's too tired to do that because they've had a long day at work, they've had a really long commute and they need to put the kids to bed. I think the government should consider international evidence from places like Australia, where elections are held on weekends, to determine whether a change in the day of the week would increase turnout, much in the same way that they have looked at international examples to conduct a pilot on flexible voting, something that I really welcome in terms of modernising the way that we run our elections. I also think moving the election day to the weekend would likely also have a really positive operational benefit, as it would free up more schools to act as polling stations. And in my closing 15 seconds, I will also give my support for consideration of compulsory participation in elections. I don't think that it's too much to ask, when you look at the balance of rights and responsibilities, to ask people every few years to go along and participate in democracy.
Yeah. Dr. Ross Savage.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Representation of the People Bill makes important improvements to how our elections are run, but updating the machinery of elections is not the same as renewing our democracy, and we desperately need democratic renewal if we are going to restore faith in the system. Because the greatest weakness in our system is not administrative, it is structural. It is the first-past-the-post problem. We're running a modern multi-party Britain on a 19th century electoral system. First-past-the-post routinely produces majority governments on minority votes, millions of wasted votes, safe seats, if they are even a thing anymore, where outcomes are effectively decided before polling day. For the average voter, that means your vote may not matter where you live. The overall result may not reflect how the country voted, and you may feel pushed into voting tactically rather than honestly. Around 70% of votes at the moment don't make any difference to the result. If your candidate's already won, your vote doesn't count. If you're voting for a losing candidate, your vote just disappears into a void. In Gorton and Denton, tactical voting sites were openly directing voters how to stop one particular party. Understandable as that desire may be, when people feel that they have to consult a website to figure out how to block someone instead of simply voting for who they believe in, that is not democracy. The Honourable Member for Southport has already pointed out some of these points, that if we stick with first-past-the-post under an increasingly fractured multi-party political landscape, we have a very real risk of the next general election result looking much like a random number generator. We know that manufactured majorities weaken legitimacy, disproportionate outcomes fuel cynicism, and large groups of permanently unrepresented voters create fertile ground for anger and extremism. At a time when democratic norms are under pressure globally, this is not a technical flaw, it's a structural vulnerability. And we do know that there is a better way. Countries like New Zealand and indeed Scotland, after moving to PR, saw more representative parliaments, higher engagement amongst previously marginalised voter, and stronger public confidence that votes actually translate into seats. Comparative research consistently shows higher turnout and stronger feelings of political efficacy under proportional systems. PR is the missing piece of this democratic puzzle. It would reduce tactical voting, strengthen legitimacy, and align Parliament with the country as it actually is. It's not about party advantage, it's about democratic integrity. So yes, let's modernise registration, let's protect candidates, let's tighten transparency, but let's not pretend that updating the management of elections is the same as strengthening democracy itself. When millions feel their vote doesn't count, when governments are handed sweeping power on minority support, when voters feel forced into tactical calculations instead of honest choices, that cannot be said to be a free and fair democracy. If we really believe in representation of the people, then every vote must carry equal weight. Anything less leaves us with a democracy that functions procedurally but fails morally. Let the representation of the People Bill ensure that the will of the people is truly represented.
Cat Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For those of you that are in this chamber on a Thursday morning, sometimes we have the situation where we have questions to the Speaker's Committee on the Electoral Commission. And I say that because in the last Parliament, as an opposition MP, I was a spokesperson for that committee. It's the only time in the parliamentary week where, as members, we pose questions to an opposition member to answer. And that's an important point because that highlights the fact that the Electoral Commission is not answerable to government of any colour, it is answerable to Parliament because it is a regulator like no other. It is a regulator that regulates politics and that holds it a very special status. I was also in the last Parliament on the Bill Committee mentioned by the Honourable Gentleman on the Elections Bill, and I saw there what happens when political parties use a piece of legislation for political advantage. And I'm really pleased, though, to say that this bill before us today contains so many of those important democratic principles that I've been speaking about for the last 11 years in this House, and I'm going to be very excited to vote for it at second reading this evening. It contains the expansion of voting rights for 16 and 17-year-olds. We've heard some quite bizarre things said about that so far this evening, some of which were really quite remarkable. But it also includes extending the ID required to access voting to include bank cards. Now, for those of you that weren't in the last Parliament and see the Elections Bill go through, the Elections Act, go through, time and time again we had then Conservative ministers at that dispatch box telling us that if you need ID to collect a parcel at the post office, you should need ID to vote at a polling station. Yeah. But if you want to collect a parcel at a post office, you can use a bank card for that. So this is completely in line with the arguments that were made for the introduction of ID, and I would expect the official opposition to be supportive of expanding bank cards as one of the relevant IDs. It's important that we come together when we look at things to do with upholding confidence in democracy, because I'd say that confidence in democracy is not very high in this country right now. And that's why it's so important that when we expand the franchise to include 16 and 17-year-olds, that is going hand in hand with working with our colleagues in education to ensure that those young citizens are equipped and have the support. And we know already that young citizens in Wales and Scotland have that right to vote, and bringing that right in line for English and Northern Irish citizens seems to me to make very logical sense.
On that point,
I'm happy to give way.
I thank you for giving way. I declare an interest. I'm the chair of the school's APPG, and through that APPG we're doing an inquiry on votes at 16 to see what support young people will need to make the most of the vote when they get it. And actually what struck me as the most important thing that young people are telling us is that they are concerned their teachers don't feel confident enough to lead discussions in classroom around politics. So would my honourable friend agree with me that we need to make sure that we're supporting not just our young people but also our teachers to enable conversations around democracy, the voting process and citizenship?
I thank my honourable friend for making that point, and his APPG sounds like a very interesting one. I'm sure the front bench has heard those points and I'm very agreeable to them. In the time that I've got left, I want to address the issue about protecting our democracy against foreign interference, because on the issue of cleaning up politics, I think we need to address specific weaknesses identified. And there's a very good blog by Professor Alan Rennick at UCL Constitution Unit, which I would love to quote more from, but my time's quite limited. But he highlights the fact that while the bill introduces stricter eligibility criteria for company donors, there are still huge gaps regarding cryptocurrency and the potential for illicit funds to bypass traditional checks. And that we should be bold enough, actually, to start talking about a donation cap. I think there's no plausible argument against introducing caps, on political donations to prevent a small number of wealthy interests from exerting disproportionate influence. But when we come to changes that were made in the last piece of legislation that went through this House on electoral law, it has left a huge vulnerability when it comes to abolishing the 15-year rule that we used to have, whereby citizens, if they lived outside the UK for 15 years or longer, they lost the right to vote and also donate into UK politics. When that rule was abolished, there was no way for elections officers in councils up and down the country to verify that people claiming to perhaps have lived at another address in another constituency in 1976 actually did or didn't, because those records weren't kept past 15 years because, of course, there was no point. We are now in a position whereby there are permissible donors in the UK electoral system who claim, and we have no way of proving whether or not they have or have not, lived in the UK. I think that's a huge vulnerability, and I'd urge the front bench to look again at that and at closing that potential back door that we have left open to foreign money interfering in UK politics. We are an outlier in terms of having this rule. And for instance, the Republic of Ireland, if you leave the country, you lose the right to vote after 1 year. We are very much an outlier in this, and I'd urge my front bench to look at that again. I'd just like to finish by saying that many colleagues have made the case for proportional representation, and I think this bill would have been a great opportunity to have a kind of commission to look at all the different options that would be available to make sure that people feel like their vote counts and there's no such thing as a wasted vote.
Mike Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's great to speak in a debate that has been so well-tempered and mostly very thoughtful. I want to start by welcoming the extension of the franchise to 16 and 17-year-olds. This is something that the Lib Dems have campaigned on for many decades, so we're delighted that the government has reached into our policy locker. And I also welcome a lot of the work that's done in this bill, or will be done in this bill, around donor transparency. This idea of knowing your donor, I'm sure, if we're all honest, many of us would look at the rules around the donations that we all seek and accept and think that you could drive, should you choose to, a coach and horses through them. And when you buy a house or a car or some other expensive good, you often have to prove where that money comes from. So it's about time that we catch up with respect to political donations and we have the same rules around that. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are a couple of areas in the limited time I have available to me that I would like to highlight as needing to go further. So I sit on the Joint Committee for the National Security Strategy. The Chair, the Honourable Member for Warwick and Leamington, spoke earlier. And there are just a couple of points that we have covered recently on the committee that I would implore the Minister to look into with greater depth. We run a long-running inquiry, the Defending Democracy inquiry, that looks at things such as this, exactly what is being treated in this bill. So I'd just like to talk to two things. Firstly, the National Crime Agency came before us and told us that the law as set out, both current and what the government is mooted in its strategy, doesn't give them sufficient legal grounds to investigate suspicious donations. And the Minister can go and look back at the evidence given to the committee, but there are lots of behaviours that appear to be undemocratic, but they don't meet the threshold. In discussions with the CPS and the National Crime Agency, they don't meet the threshold for currently breaking the law or even breaking the law when this Act comes into force. And so, therefore, no further investigations carry on. And there are lots of instances when the National Crime Agency is looking at something that is illegal and it uncovers, in the scheme of its investigation, other activities that look, quote-unquote, dodgy, but they are not able to investigate them further. And so that evidence is set out in front of the committee, and the Minister will be able to look at that. And then the second point is this point that has already been raised around cryptocurrency. And I have to say to the House that this is something that is a frontier that is moving incredibly fast. Of course, on the one hand, cryptocurrency has blockchain. You can then, therefore, by definition, look at the ledger and see where the donations have come from. But on the other hand, with multiple different cryptocurrencies and the ability to move funds in and out of cryptocurrencies in different jurisdictions, on crypto exchanges that are held in jurisdictions that we don't have good relationships to, and with the idea, with the ability to use AI to split large donations into tiny donations, spread them out across hundreds of crypto exchanges and different cryptocurrencies, and then reform them and do micro donations. This is a frontier that is moving incredibly fast and we do not understand. And so for that reason, the chair of the committee, the Honourable Member for Leamington and Warwick, actually wrote to the Secretary of State last week asking for a moratorium on cryptocurrencies, and I would urge the government to look into this.
Order. Justin Madders.
Deputy Speaker, whilst new technologies can often be a force for good and when used correctly can enhance political debate, accountability and trust, they are too often in practice having the opposite effect. Social media in particular has helped fuel further division and facilitated levels of distrust, threats and intimidation towards elected representatives that have never been seen before. It has also opened up our political system and discourse to the wider world, with other countries able to use platforms to influence and interfere in our domestic political debate in ways that were not previously possible. Political discourse has become murky, legitimate political debate has become distorted by misinformation, with people no longer even able to agree basic facts. This represents an existential threat to liberal democracy. When misinformation spreads unchecked, when abuse is normalised and when accountability is lacking, confidence in our democratic institutions is significantly weakened, and that is what our foes want.
On that point,
I'll give one, yeah.
Can I just say how much I agree with the argument that he is making? I sit on the Human Rights Committee and we had Meta in front of us just last week, and I was very concerned at the answers they were giving when probed on the work that needs to be done to protect social media sites from foreign interference. Does he share my concerns that social media companies are not doing enough to tackle this issue on their platforms?
Justin.
I'm grateful for his intervention. In my experience, Meta don't care about the truth. We've heard from what the Honourable Member for Mid-Norfolk experienced. I've had the same experiences. Stuff goes up, it doesn't meet the threshold, it carries on, the lies continue to be propagated. Their indifference is a danger to our democracy and it absolutely needs tackling. So there are long-standing rules about how political parties can use paid-for advertising in the offline world, but we have effectively gone from where we have a banal political party broadcasts on the terrestrial channels to a virtual free-for-all in the online world. And what does this lead to? Deliberate distortions, misleading claims and half-truths are pushed into social media's feeds with absolutely no checks on their accuracy and very little recourse, as we've heard, about challenging their spread.
My honourable member, my honourable friend.
I'll give one, yeah.
I thank you. I thank my honourable member, my honourable friend, for giving way. I think he's making an excellent speech. Does he agree with me that while we have the 1983 Representation of People's Act that makes it illegal to misrepresent a candidate in an election, this has yet to be proven online, and in fact, Ofcom and many platforms do not see themselves being bound by it?
Justin Madders.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's intervention. The truth is we have got analogue laws for a digital age and they are just simply not fit for purpose. And that is exacerbated by the fact that social media companies' entire business models rely on outrageous comments to incentivise clicks. It actually amplifies the distortion of our political process. It actually encourages the controversial. So we absolutely need to go further to tackle this. The bill already has provisions tightening up rules on digital imprints on campaign material, but we also need greater transparency for online political adverts. There are straightforward changes that can be made, some of which have already been supported by the government, which could improve transparency, fairness and increase trust in our political system. And the first of these, as my honourable friend from Milton Keynes Central has already talked about, is actually an advert for libraries. We need an accessible database to act as a repository of all election advertising across all advertising platforms on the internet. This should include the content of the advert, the money put behind it to promote the content, the paying entity, and who the content is targeted at. At present, these are all opaque, with the only libraries available controlled by the media companies who can choose to stop sharing access, and as we've already heard, aren't really interested in ensuring that things are accurate and truthful when they're published. Similar models have been implemented in Canada and New Zealand already, and the EU will introduce their own later this month. Secondly, the government should introduce an amendment requiring candidates to follow a statutory code of conduct at elections, as well as including provisions to stop intimidation and harassment of candidates, as was suggested in the government's white paper last year. This should extend to commitments to telling the truth and not knowingly including misinformation in campaign material. I think putting all of this on a statutory footing and including steps on tackling misinformation will give it the teeth that it needs, because essentially we cannot defend democracy if our financial frameworks remain as they are, if our online spaces are unregulated in the way they are. I welcome the proposals for knowing your donor checks. I recognise and encourage the enforcement mechanisms that will be introduced by the Electoral Commission, but we absolutely need to go further. It is a positive step, this bill. Votes at 16, greater enfranchisement and registration, checking cracks in our democracy, better protecting candidates. These are all really welcome things, but the Honourable Member for Mid-Norfolk's experiences are, I fear, where we're going to be in 2029 if we don't crack down on this now. So I look forward to working with the Minister to explore ways that we can make this bill even better to protect our democracy and allow it to flourish, not just now, but in the future, because our democracy is fragile. It cannot be taken for granted, and it has to retain the public's trust if it is to endure. There are many around the world who are working very hard to try and erode that trust, so we must be equal to the challenge and make sure that we've got the best legislation possible to meet that challenge.
Dr Ellie Chowns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, you'll know that I like to start with the positive and the areas of common ground, so I warmly welcome the fact that this bill has come forward and a number of measures within it. It's very positive that the government is taking forward votes at 16. This is something the Green Party has campaigned for since the year dot. It's really good that there's some commitment to improving transparency on political funding. I very much welcome what the Secretary of State was saying earlier about getting rid of the political control of the strategy and policy statement over the Electoral Commission, and welcome the increase in the fining capacity of the Electoral Commission. All of these are really positive measures, but there is much more to do. We need stronger action to stop disinformation, to get dirty money out of politics, and indeed to improve trust in our political system. Now, briefly, on votes at 16 and 17-year-olds are engaged, they're active, they're interested, they're really passionate about the political system. And of course, rightly they should be. They're going to have to live with the decisions we make longer than any of the rest of us. So I very much welcome the extension of the franchise. It is, of course, crucial, as young people themselves say, that the investment is made in supporting political literacy, both within schools and more broadly, to ensure that young people, in fact all of us, have the political literacy to engage actively in the political process. And this is, of course, increasingly a challenge because of the grave, very grave threat of disinformation. We've heard from the member from Mid-Norfolk and a range of other members about the problem with this. There is clearly a need to place duties on the large online platforms to ensure that AI-generated or manipulated content is flagged and controlled. Now, while the Rycroft review is very welcome, it isn't enough, and there remain serious concerns about external influence on our politics. And so I repeat my call for a Mueller-style investigation into Russian and other influence on British politics. We need to know what attacks were made in 2016 and since, so that we can control, so that we can have greater clarity and transparency over our politics. And I warmly welcome the points made by the member for Ellesmere Port and Bromborough just now about the importance of a transparent register of political adverts. We need to know who is saying what to who so that there's transparency, because currently we don't know that, and really disruptive and disinformation-y things are happening. Now, on donations, at a minimum, we must have, as the Honourable Member for Lancaster and Wyre said, a cap
on donations. This is critical. And a full ban on crypto donations. It's really quite extraordinary that Thailand-based crypto investor Christopher Harben has been allowed to donate £9 million to Reform UK, who I notice still are not here. And we also need annual spending limits so that our politics is not distorted by money being spent around the edges of, for example, election times. Now, what else is missing? We need to scrap voter ID. It is a barrier to political engagement and has no justification. We need increased investigative powers, more money and teeth for the Electoral Commission. But fundamentally, if we are to have true representation of the people, it's really a profound irony that the Representation of the People Bill does not tackle the fundamental problem that we have in our representation. True representation requires seats to match votes. It requires every vote to count equally. And so I call on the government to take this opportunity to bring forward proportional representation. It's the principled thing to do to ensure everyone's vote counts equally. It's the popular thing to do. I won't give way because of time. It's the popular thing to do. The British Social Attitudes Survey shows a majority in all political supporters. And, of course, it is pragmatic and will improve our politics.
Order, Florence Shalami.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State, who's not in his place, for introducing this bill. There are many areas which I hope that the House cross-party will disagree and say that it's important that we are bringing forward in this bill, whether it's looking at automated forms of registration, lowering the voting age, expanding the list of voter ID, and most importantly, making sure we are strengthening political finance and how we are all funded. I am proud to declare an interest in that I was funded by trade unions and my local Labour Party in terms of my funding, and may that long continue. And I think about the fact that, many years ago, growing up not too far from here in Brixton, when I saw this place and I used to hear people talk about decisions that impacted us and our communities, it felt like it was a million miles away. Because if we're honest, we have a system sometimes where it feels like it's rigged against us and that decisions are made to us instead of with us.
On that point, I'm going to give way.
I will give way.
Would you agree with me? It's really important that we make participating in democracy as easy as possible, and there is an inextricable link between high levels of deprivation and low levels of registration, and it's really important that we do all we can to make that as easy as possible and to remove those barriers.
I thank my honourable friend for making that really important point, because I think the reality is many people think that there are too many barriers for them to join the electoral register, when we all know it takes a matter of minutes and you can be on the electoral register. I always say, if the council can send you your council tax bill before you've even finished packing, why can't they register you to vote in time? And to be honest, a healthy democracy, an accessible one, isn't just about representation, it's about holding decision makers accountable when they don't deliver on their promises, which is why it's really, really important we get this bill right. We all know that trust in politics is at an all-time low. And at the heart of this, we must acknowledge that voting is a right, not a privilege. But yet, when barriers exist to make it harder for people to vote, we must remove that. And if we're honest, the introduction of the voter ID system by the last government did just that. It was disenfranchising legitimate voters from making their voices heard. We all know many people that we've knocked on their doors on polling day who did not have the opportunity to register for that voter ID before polling day. And the reality is, I think about the young people that I speak to who actually didn't understand why their elderly relative could use their bus pass, but they couldn't use their zip card to vote. Make it make sense. So it's right that we end steps to personalisation, but this must be proportionate to the tragedy of legitimate voters being denied their votes. So I wholly support the government's measures to widen the scope of voter ID and to include digital ID and more forms of ID. I welcome the Minister outlining some of these changes, and that those IDs will include, and I'll be grateful to know if that will include young person's ID. Most importantly, I'm happy to see votes at 16 for 16-year-olds. I've been a long-time passionate advocate for votes at 16, and the the opposition party may be aware that the former chair of the Votes at 16 APPG was the former leader of the House, who was a keen advocate for Votes at 16. So you had a situation where one of the longest-serving and oldest members of this House was a keen, passionate advocate for Votes at 16. So there are some Conservatives who support this measure. And it's really important that we think about how we enfranchise those young people, and think about all the 16-year-olds in 2010 who saw the coalition government triple the cost of their tuition fees overnight. And when they turned 18 in 2012, they couldn't even vote. And it's really important that we think about how we are making sure that people who are planning for their future have a keen interest and are able to exercise their right to vote.
Would the honourable lady give way? Just briefly, I mean, isn't one of the things about giving votes to youngsters at 16 is that there will be an election during their last 2 years at school, and politicians will be beating their way to the door of these schools in order to go in and speak, and actually they will have an opportunity to learn about what it is they're voting for, how the structures work, in a way that, frankly, their elders really don't know very often.
I think the chair of the Treasury Select Committee, she makes a really valid and important point. It's really important because, again, we know that when people start voting from a young age, they will continue voting through the rest of their life. What is so soul-destroying when you knock on someone's door, someone in their late 50s or 60s, and they tell you they've never voted and they don't think about voting. But yet, if we enfranchise these young people, patterns and figures shows that they will continue to vote right through their adult life. So it's really important that we enfranchise more people and make sure that there are no barriers there. But this is not just about disenfranchising people, it's about making sure that there's fair representation. The Electoral Commission shows that as many as 8 million people are not correctly registered to vote, and this has such a big impact on people, young people, people living in private rented accommodation, disabled people and recent home movers. So it's important that we look at this. So I welcome the government's proposals in terms of automatic voter and direct voter registration. I know that this is the right way, and it will be really important for the government to outline how they're going to pilot this scheme. But I'd also want assurances from the Minister in terms of when these pilots will happen and if preparations are happening. It's really important that any successful pilot is implemented before the general election. I'd also be grateful for the Minister to clarify information in terms of how this voter registration would impact different franchises for local and parliamentary elections. So, for example, will the system deal with qualifying EU nationals? We know that this scheme depends on when someone arrived and settled in the UK, or if someone is one of the 5 countries that have reciprocal voting rights agreements with the UK. So can the Minister in her remarks outline how automatic voter registration will capture that? Madam Speaker, time is limited, but I do welcome the fact that the government have finally listened to my cause and many other members' calls in repealing the electoral strategy statement. In 2000, the last Labour government set up the Electoral Commission as a guardian of our democracy, one that was independent not just of that government, but all future governments. This independence is fundamental to restoring and keeping trust in our democracy, and it is right that we have no political interference in our electoral system.
To help more colleagues to contribute to the debate, the speaking limit has been dropped to 3 minutes. Martin Wrigley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will agree with many of the comments that have come from the House, and it's nice to see such a communal idea that we need proportional representation, that we need to get rid of dirty money, that we need to abolish the possibility of foreign people buying our elections. We see in too many countries across the world, if you've got the money, you can buy the votes, and we must not fall into that trap. I welcome the introduction of votes for 16-year-olds. The children I've met at school talking politics, they have been engaged and understand what they're doing. I do question whether we have sufficient digital voter ID set up in the scheme for them to use. I would personally like to see voter ID abolished entirely, as I would like to see the open register abolished entirely. However, the biggest thing I had complaints about after the last election was postal votes. Postal votes that were too late getting to people, postal votes that were too late being sent back and getting into the elections office. There is some movement in here, but it's not enough. However, there is a whole section of voters that we are completely ignoring. That's our overseas voters. We heard earlier how the overseas mandate had changed, and we now have, instead of some 1.4 million overseas voters, an estimated 3.4 million overseas voters. We need to change the way they can vote. What they're asking for is the ability to self-print ballots from the systems, which is possible, as they do in Netherlands, and return them through embassies and consulates. That will enable us to reach these overseas contingents, and we should be encouraging them to take part in our elections, as they are entitled to. Something like 200,000 registered for the last election, but there's 3.4 million people we have disenfranchised. The other big thing that we have agreed on and talked through is how we deal with mis- and disinformation and modern technology, which is distorting our electoral position, and we have to make more in that. So on the whole, I'd say this is a reasonable start for a bill. There's a lot more work, but having heard colleagues from across the House agreeing on it, I think together we can make this bill better and fit for the 21st century. Thank you.
Goldsborough.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Firstly, can I strongly welcome this piece of legislation. Among other components of the bill, votes at 16, streamlined voter registration and tightened political funding regulations are very welcome, and I applaud the government for grabbing the bull by the horns. Now, colleagues will want to address various aspects of this bill, but the most pressing issue relates to the latter point about political funding. Honourable members may be aware that I recently led a Westminster Hall debate on foreign political interference in UK politics on behalf of the Petitions Committee. In preparing for that debate, I met with various experts on political interference. What they told me has stayed with me and impressed upon me the immense scale and severity of the threat we are facing. I want to reflect on the aspects in this bill today. We know that Russian money has already been used to influence and manipulate British politics. We know for a fact that Reform's former leader in Wales took at least, and I repeat, at least £40,000 in Russian bribes, a crime he is now serving 10.5-year sentence for. I hope he feels his treachery was worth it. But he is not the only Reform politician who has been singing from the Kremlin hymn sheet. But we can only work on the assumption that the others do so as a political choice and not as a financial inducement. So we know that Russian money has already infiltrated our politics. What we can do now is to prevent future betrayals like that of Mr Gills and to defend our democracy. This bill takes great strides in the right direction. Restricting political donations from foreign companies is a hugely positive step, for example. But where malign actors want to subvert our democracy covertly, they will continue to do so. Our attempt to do so, and we must therefore be forceful in defending against all covert illegal donations. One way for malign actors to dodge those defences is to donate to political parties using cryptocurrency. The experts I've spoken with tell me that cryptocurrencies pose a new threat to our democracy, an opportunity for hostile states to bypass the laws which protect us and our political system from meddling. Only one of the parties represented in this place today accepts crypto donations. No prizes for guessing which one. Yes, it's the same party once represented by Nathan Gill, the same party whose leader thinks the West provoked Russia's invasion of Ukraine and regards Putin as the world's leader he most admires. It's also not just political parties that influence and shape our politics, so do think tanks. And experts also suspect Russian money is being used to fund think tank activity within the UK. In short, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government is taking a huge step in the right direction, and I'll be proud to walk through the eye lobby tonight in support of this bill. At the same time, the threat facing us from hostile states is extremely serious, and it's critical that the government act with strength to make sure that that influence is no longer there.
Alistair.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Of course, the centre point of this bill is the franchising of 16 and 17-year-olds. I'm not going to deal extensively with that, though I must say that I thought the Right Honourable Member for Braintree essentially demolished the argument for votes for children. But I want to look at it in a slightly different context. Whether you're 16 or whether you're 86, the whole idea of universal suffrage is that you get the opportunity as equals to elect those who make your laws, whether it's in council or in this Parliament or in some other institution. That's the fundamental. Indeed, the secret's in the title. Representation of the people. representation in electing those who then make your laws. But here is the problem. If this bill goes through, and you're a 16-year-old in my constituency, you won't be electing those who make all your laws. If you're an 86-year-old, you won't be electing those who make all your laws. Because we have this absurd position that in part of this United Kingdom, which boasts of universal suffrage, which boasts of equal rights across this United Kingdom, we have a situation where in not one, but in over 300 areas of law, the laws are not made by those we elect. They are made by those from a foreign parliament, the European Parliament, elected by the electorates of 27 other countries. Yes, I will give one.
You mentioned Europe, so I just wanted to ask, another key component of this bill is transparency in funding, and he'll know that the Constitutional Research Council donated nearly £500,000 to the Vote Leave campaign in Northern Ireland, a company who do not disclose their accounts or who funds them, and this will correct that. Does he agree with me that is a fantastic move forward?
There's a more fundamental issue. Of course, yes, transparency and funding, and if I have time I'll say something about that. But there's a more fundamental issue, and it is that the honourable members' constituents, whatever their age, once they're given the vote, they have a right to elect those who make their laws. My constituents, I do not have the right to elect those who make my laws in my part of the United Kingdom. And I challenge anyone in this House to tell me why that is either democratic or right, that we should have universal suffrage on the basis of representation of the people, but we should extract and remove from the people in Northern Ireland that fundamental right in 300 areas of law. That is perverse. It is wrong. The Secretary of State, in introducing this debate, talked about this government will tackle foreign interference head on. Well, let it start by removing the foreign interference in making the laws in my part of the United Kingdom. That would be a very good starting point. Finally, I want to make a point about foreign donations. This House may know that in Northern Ireland we have a party by the name of Sinn Féin. They have run a coach and horses through every regulation that has ever been made about foreign donations. Because they operate in Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, they played the rules of one against another. Recent year they had £2 million from the United States. So what do? They either filter it through whichever country's laws allow it to be most easily filtered, and then they move it north-south, south-north, as suits their purposes. And this bill, I don't think it yet goes far enough. I want to see this bill tighten those loopholes and make sure that that travesty cannot continue.
Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a solicitor who previously advised in this area, I'm grateful to be able to contribute to tonight's second reading, and I welcome much in this bill: automatic voter registration, honouring our manifesto commitment to extend the vote in the UK-wide elections to 16 and 17-year-olds, following in the footsteps of Wales, and rectifying some of the discriminatory impacts of the Conservatives' Elections Act 2022, a piece of legislation that in many respects was a solution in search of a problem. But in the short time I have tonight, I just want to focus on a theme I've regularly spoken about: the threat to our democracy from foreign interference, both state and non-state actors, and the steps we must take to cement our democracy from those malign forces. And as has been said, these are not theoretical risks. We need only look at the former Welsh leader of Reform UK, previously in UKIP, previously in the Brexit Party, Nathan Gill, now serving 10.5 years in prison for 8 counts of bribery. Shameful, taking it up to, as a minimum, at £40,000 in bribes, in payments to make speeches in the European Parliament when meant to be representing Wales, but instead doing the Kremlin's bidding. So I welcome the government's setting up of the Philip Rycroft review, and I trust that the resulting recommendations are ones that will see their inclusion in this bill as it progresses through this place.
In particular, I am clear that we should be banning all crypto donations to political parties and individuals. To my mind, there is no legitimate rationale for donating via such means unless the donor ultimately wishes to disguise their true identity. I welcome the independence of the Electoral Commission that's been elaborated on earlier by the Secretary of State, and also the enhancing of its powers to provide clear deterrence against law-breaking. So when winding up, I'd be grateful if the Minister could reassure me that the Government will ensure that it has all the necessary resources it needs to do its job effectively and efficiently. Improved cooperation between the Electoral Commission, intelligence services, law enforcement and electoral authorities must also be a priority. And I previously suggested to the Security Minister, but I suggest again to the front bench, that it considers whether the recently announced policing reforms, most notably the setting up of a national police service, might be a suitable vehicle through which to consider establishing dedicated police capability for electoral crime. Finally, we must also urgently deal with disinformation and online operations, as has been mentioned this evening, treating them as the core national security threat that they are. The Electoral Commission, Ofcom and the police need the resources to deal with the threat of personalised algorithmic feeds and AI-enabled manipulation that feeds misinformation about our elections. I'd be grateful if the Government can consider that, sync up with other government reviews ongoing at the moment in order to ensure that this bill is as robust as it needs to be to cement our democracy.
To Bedford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's quite frankly absurd to grant children the right to vote and even place 14 and 15-year-olds on the electoral register, all while maintaining the plethora of age-based rights elsewhere. Just look at the contradictions. A 16-year-old will be able to determine who governs the country, yet not able to enter legally binding contracts such as buying and renting property, purchasing alcohol or tobacco, or making independent medical decisions. It simply does not stack up, and members opposite know this to be the case. But even with these obvious inconsistencies, I do not believe that the Government have thought through the other unintended consequences of this bill. Firstly, turnout. Historically, younger age groups are less likely to vote. Lowering the age and bringing in another 2 million individuals into the electorate will only compound the issue further. As we see turnout levels drop, we will see more questions to the legitimacy of our elections and electing our leaders.
Will the Honourable Member give way?
I'll give way.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. Is the real fear that young people are able now, through social media and other forums, they are able to identify which political personality is telling the truth or which one's telling the false? And the Conservative Party is quite concerned that they will lose power even greater.
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention. Well, I think if the Government gets its way, young people won't be able to access social media anyway. So I'm not sure that his argument will hold much going forward. Yet other inconsistencies arise when the Government believes that those young people should be shielded. They should be shielded from fatty foods, smoking, alcohol and, as I just mentioned, social media. Yet overnight, upon reaching the age of 16, they're considered sufficiently informed to decide who they want to run the country. And thirdly, and most importantly in my eyes, there is the issue of family voting. In light of the recent allegations at the events at the Gorton and Denton by-election, this raises serious concerns. Could lowering the voting age, increase the risk of undue political influence within households? Could some young people face pressure to vote in line with family expectations rather than exercising genuine independence? Votes at 16, alongside watering down the rules on voter ID at polling stations, lead us on this side of the House to question whether our democracy is being undermined still yet further. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, lowering the voting age is contradictory. It creates inconsistency in our age-based rights system. It carries the potential for serious unintended consequences for turnout and legitimacy of our elections, political divisions and voter independence. Members opposite should consider these risks very seriously indeed before inflicting lasting damage on our fragile democracy.
Member Thornbury.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have learnt a great deal this evening, not least that if you're debating legislation, you should put your name in earlier than clearly I did. I have the great honour of representing the people of Finsbury, and there have been a great line of many fantastic members of Parliament before me, so Chris Smith, and then before that, Thomas Slingsby Duncombe, who in 1842 delivered the Chartist petition to Parliament, 3.3 million signatories, 1/3 of the adult population. We had huge demonstrations in Spa Fields and in Copenhagen Fields in order to try to get the vote, unfortunately just for men, but nevertheless that's how seriously we take democracy in Islington and Finsbury. But 184 years later, I worry that I might be the MP that actually oversees the death of our democracy. And the reason that I am so concerned, so profoundly concerned, is because of foreign interference in our democracies. The Foreign Affairs Committee started looking at other countries. We thought it was just about other countries. And we had a visit to many other places. And I'm telling you, the things that we saw in Romania and Moldova would make your hair stand on end. And it isn't just in countries a long way away on the border with Russia, but many others. I've spoken to people in Germany and in France. It is quite clear that there is an attempt to influence our democracies, and we are complacent. We are far too complacent, and we are very worried about it in the Foreign Affairs Committee. So we have taken the unusual step of actually asking domestic ministers what it is that they're doing about it, when we have seen patterns of behaviour and we are concerned that is now happening in this country, and it could blow up very quickly, not least in the next elections in May. And the last thing we want is for those influences to be there and then for us somehow or other to try to persuade the public, oh, actually, you were unduly influenced. Because nobody's going to want to admit it once it's happened, but we need to make sure that we protect ourselves. Can I quickly, in the time that I have available, make this... yes, I'll give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Many of my constituents have been in touch with me in recent months, concerned about the impact of foreign money and foreign influence on our elections, particularly after the recent conviction of the former leader of Reform UK Wales for taking Russian bribes. I'm sure those concerns will be shared by her constituents. Will she join me in welcoming the measures in this bill that will strengthen the rules on political donations, particularly the requirement that donations from companies must come from money made in the UK rather than abroad?
Well, the penny does seem to have dropped, or the crypto coin has dropped, but this bill actually, I would say, is not sufficient, and that's why the Rykoff review is really important, and that's going to be coming out at the end of this month, and I would ask the Minister to undertake to publish it when it is produced, because we are on a very tight timetable. The programme motion on this bill seems to be the 23rd of April, so it's going to leave the elected House on the 23rd of April. So if there are changes to be made, it's going to be made by the unelected House of Lords, which is unfortunate. And I would ask the business managers to consider that. There are 7 departments currently dealing with disinformation, and the test I have is the 1,300 bots from Scottish background. It seems that they're very interested in Iran about Scottish nationalism, and I've been asking various ministers to deal with this. Who is taking it down? Who is responsible for taking it down? Of your different 7 departments, who is doing it? And those bots are still there, although they may now have gone because of the recent bombing. But nevertheless, it is quite clear that is an attempt on foreign influence on our democracy, and I am very concerned about it. I asked the Minister of State at the Foreign Office, and as a result, he said he'd look into it, and I got 3 different letters from 3 different departments, all telling me 3 different things. We have to consider this, and we need to make sure that we are tackling this matter properly. We are producing an excellent report this month, and I would urge ministers to read it because it will have recommendations in it, which unfortunately I can't go into today. And finally, why are we allowing cryptocurrency into our democracy? Who wants to use cryptocurrency? Why can't we just use good old-fashioned cash and cheques and bank transfers like anybody else? Why do they need cryptocurrency? Because they want to cover up what it is, and it is the Russian currency of choice when they want to bribe people, and we know that from the other countries, and we know the way in which it is used. Just say no.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the member for Islington South and Finsbury, who quite rightly reminded the House about the role of the Chartists in Islington South. I would remind her and the rest of the House about the role of Mary Wollstonecraft in the north of the borough, and of course the fact that the rights of man were written in her constituency at the Angel. Our borough has made a massive contribution to radical thought and radical development. Really, this debate should be much longer and much wider, because we also need to look at wider issues of democracy within our society. We have an elected House of Commons, we have an unelected House of Lords, we obviously have an unelected head of state, we have a massive disparity in regional influences on political decision making, and we don't really have regional government. We have mayors and a local government system that is essentially dependent on central government. We are not a fully democratic society by any manner of means. And indeed, this House of Commons is really meeting on sufferance of the government, and its agenda is basically set by the government. It is not an independent chamber of power over the government. It is one that tries to hold the government to account. There's quite a big difference on that. So I do think we need to think a bit more about how our democracy could develop, and perhaps a good idea would be a commission on democracy where there could be wide-ranging thoughts on this, a democracy within our society. In this bill, there are a number of issues that I very quickly want to refer to. I say this as a former agent in many elections and obviously a parliamentary candidate in many more after that. And the question of funding of elections comes up all the time. There are massive amounts of business money that flows into politics, both at election time and between elections, in funding of parties, funding of so-called political interest groups, and so on. We need to get a grip on this. Our democracy is being sold to the highest bidder, and it's getting worse and worse with the levels of political influence and the money that goes with it. There's also the question of the power of the media between elections and within elections, and I do think we need to extend broadcasting rules into the print media during elections, and we need to look very seriously, as others have pointed out, at the very damaging interests of social media and the algorithms that go with it that direct political views, and it's almost impossible to find out how much money has been spent on social media campaigning. And the last thing is the right to vote. I raised the question of homeless people having the right to vote. If we have a universal registration system, that is much easier to ensure that everyone who's entitled to vote is able to do it. And whilst I absolutely support the votes at 16, I also think we should extend the votes beyond just Irish nationals to those that are resident legally in this country and obviously have a stake in the future of this country and should be able to vote accordingly.
Ben.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I too want to welcome this bill. I think it's got it becomes the watershed bill that I think it could be. Depends on whether much of the debate that we've heard tonight gets translated into the amendments over the next couple of weeks. In this House, we all have an ideal of democracy, but we all know that democracy too is a system, and systems can be gamed, they can be corrupted, they can be undermined, not merely by force of arms, but by force of money. Foreign money, dark money, money that is faceless, but money with an agenda. And that is the situation we have in this country today, because we have allowed shell companies and Alka-Seltzer companies and unincorporated associations. We have now something like £1 in 10 that comes into political parties comes from some kind of dark sources, and all of this is overseen by a national crime agency without the resources to do the job, and an electoral commission without the powers to do the job. So there are 5 changes, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this bill, I think, needs to deliver from the text that is on the table tonight. The first, as many have said, is on media systems. It is obviously ridiculous that I can set up a trust in Dubai owned by a company registered in the British Virgin Islands, and yet I can chuck tens of millions of pounds into a British TV station, which can then go on to pay politicians in this House. There are no rules and balances on that. That is ridiculous, and it needs to end. Second, as many people have said, we do need to ban cryptocurrency. We know that the preferred vehicle of choice for the Russian intelligence service moving money into their bank accounts of Western proxies is through cryptocurrency. For a long time, the Russian intelligence service has had a strategy of what we might call poodles on rubles, and right now we know that they're moving something like $30 million a year. Now, we have to ensure that what has happened in Moldova does not happen in countries like ours. And so banning cryptocurrency altogether, until perhaps one day in the future the Electoral Commission has the power to police it, might be a good idea. Third, we have to make sure that only profits earned from British companies can be used for electoral donations. It is obviously ridiculous that we have an individual like Christopher Harborne who can take $70 million in tether tokens before then making about £23 million worth of donations into British political parties with absolutely no idea amongst any of us in this House where that money has come from. Fourth, we need to make sure that the power of the Electoral Commission has been transformed so that they actually have the power to initiate investigations before they have all the evidence that they need. At the moment, they need to initiate an investigation before they can get the evidence. Well, that is very difficult to do. And then, of course, finally, we need to make sure that there is a proper gateway to allow the Electoral Commission to share information with the National Crime Agency. Our enemies are not just undermining us now by dropping bombs through that ceiling, they're trying to destroy our foundations, and regulating political finance is one of the ways we now stop that.
Helen Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill presents a vital opportunity to pave a new way for politics. A politics that's good, honest and free from foreign interference. I welcome many of the government's proposed changes, but the bill does not go far enough. Loopholes can still be exploited, with foreign billionaires just needing someone in the middle willing to cooperate, to act as the middleman before a donation reaches the party's pockets. Also, using company revenue rather than profit to determine eligibility for political donations is too weak a safeguard against foreign money. Furthermore, cryptocurrencies also have not been addressed in this legislation, as many members have said this evening. Madam Deputy Speaker, international IDEA reports that 49% of countries worldwide place some kind of cap on donations to political parties. Labour must do what is right and use this bill to finally cap donations to political parties. Central to our democracy is that elections are free and fair, and so I'm pleased that the Minister listened to my concerns when I met her last week, and the strategy and policy statement will now be withdrawn, ensuring the independence of the Electoral Commission. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is also the growing issue of disinformation, which this legislation fails to address. Now, with the welcome change of voting age, even more of our electorate must wade through content online and navigate what is real and what is false. It's therefore imperative that we don't go into another election without robust, updated measures to tackle disinformation. As we consider voters, I'm pleased to see changes to move the postal vote application deadline to 3 days earlier in the electoral timetable, and I hope that this really does help our overseas electorate. Finally, this bill is making progress, but it cannot be the end of the road for electoral reform.
On that point?
Yes, a big way.
Would my honourable friend agree that as our electoral system fractures into a multi-party system rather than the two parties which we've traditionally had in this country, that there is a massive missed opportunity with this bill to introduce a commission that can bring forward a proportional voting system so that we never again have a government that has 62% of the seats elected on only 34% of the vote?
I welcome my honourable friend's intervention. I totally agree with her, and indeed I believe at recent Labour conferences many of the Labour members also agreed with the same point as well. But this House must strive for a system that's bold, ambitious and puts everyday people at the heart of British politics. This legislation needs to go further to deliver for our constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last summer, I, along with the other North Lanarkshire MPs, participated in North Lanarkshire Council's school placement scheme. 2 young people, Scott and Shanna, joined my office. At the time, they were 17 and 16, respectively. What began as a 6-week summer placement has become a regular contribution to our team. Even within a relatively young constituency office, they bring fresh perspective. They ask different questions. They challenge assumptions. They do so thoughtfully and responsibly. And I find it particularly abhorrent that they contribute so much to the work of my office, but they're not deemed to be important enough to be, or skilled enough to be able to vote. We talked about this at length. We talked about this bill and why it was so important, and I set the task of trying to do the speech and why we were saying 16 rather than 18, why not 17, why not 15, as has been referred to earlier on by members opposite oh so long ago. What they reminded me was, at 16 you leave school, if you want. You can work. You have a national insurance number, which doesn't come before you are 16. You pay tax if you earn enough. You pay national insurance if you are earning above the threshold. You pay into a pension, a state pension, that they might never, ever live to see the retirement date, because if you're 16 now, well, there's what's there. You are expected to contribute to society, but you're told you cannot have a say in how that society is governed. This has been important to me from that beginning point. It is clear that these young people are mature enough to be able to vote. Certainly no less mature than many are. It's 18, and we've never queried that before. We all have talked about how important it is to engage with those schools, and we've talked about how important it was in both Scotland and in Wales, and actually how the world hasn't fallen in. But in the brief time that I've got, the other thing that I want to welcome in this bill is actually how we're going to make sure that we get young people who are leaving care onto the electoral register. That is even as important.
Manuela Patigella.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this bill, but it needs improving to effectively strengthen and defend our democracy. First, it is essential that we replace our outdated first-past-the-post electoral system with one that is fair and proportional. Independent analysis after the 2024 general election found it to be the most disproportional in modern times. Millions of votes did not translate into representation. That fuels dangerous disillusions. Second, money. Last year, I brought forward a 10-minute rule bill to provide for a cap on political donations and to address donations made by foreign nationals through companies. It should be the people of this country, not the deep pockets of billionaires, oligarchs or corporate interests who decide our future in elections and referenda. Legislating for caps and stronger checks would align us with comparable democracies and close the door to undue influence. We should also ban cryptocurrency donations, and I look forward to the findings of the Rycroft review. If this bill is about representation, it must also be about the conditions in which voters form their views. Elections cannot be fair if voters cannot find and trust accurate information. Organisations such as Full Fact have proposed targeted measures to tackle the spread of misinformation, including stronger rules on political deepfakes, the establishment of a comprehensive public library of digital political adverts, statutory regulation on non-broadcast political advertising for honesty and accuracy, and a protocol for election information incidents so that voters are alerted to serious interference or disinformation. On votes at 16, I am delighted to see these proposals. I would just add that enfranchisement must be accompanied by political and digital education programs. Finally, overseas voters. As the chair of the PPG on citizens' rights, have heard evidence that postal ballots arrive too late to be returned. This bill provides an opportunity to pilot secure solutions such as downloadable ballots, secure downloadable ballots, embassy or consulate return via diplomatic bag. And I also urge the government to look into the benefits of overseas constituencies. People must trust that their vote and voice matter. Let us use this bill to ensure that it is the people of this country, not foreign or malign actors, not billionaires, and not algorithms, who decide our future at the ballot box.
Tis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just start, because I don't think I'm going to get time to finish at the end, to put on record that I do think the government should look at a national commission to look at our voting system. Whatever anybody's view on it, we do no longer live in a two-party electoral system, and if we continue to have an electoral system that doesn't acknowledge that fact, we will have, as Professor Rob Ford says, elections that lead to even more chaotic and unpredictable election results. When it comes to this bill, though, and the measures that are within the scope of it, I really do want to welcome many of the changes that have been introduced. We've talked a little bit about kind of the principles behind democracy across the chamber today. My view is pretty simple, which is that we should make it as easy as possible for as many people as possible within our democracy to vote. And unfortunately, I would argue that there are some political actors within our democracy in recent years with some of the measures that they have supported and introduced that have moved us away from that basic principle. There are always trade-offs in that, in terms of how we support the security and integrity of our electoral system. But the introduction of photo ID in our elections was done in a way that put an unfair burden on people in order to vote, whilst not doing anything to support the integrity of our electoral system. There was a nurse in my constituency in the 2023 election, first time it was introduced, who wasn't able to vote because she didn't have a valid form of ID. Now it's possible, I'm sure, for people in this chamber to argue that some point between her 12-hour shifts saving the lives of my constituents, she should have found the time in order to fill in the proper paperwork. But that was introduced, that right was taken away from her in order to stop a problem which the Electoral Commission consistently said basically didn't really exist. There is almost no evidence that's ever existed, if only because it would be incredibly inefficient in order to do it at a scale and in a way. And there are problems with electoral fraud in our democracy, I acknowledge that, but almost none of that was done through in-person changes at the ballot box. And the introduction of those laws, therefore, had almost no benefit, and it is right that the government is increasing the scope of IDs that are supported in order to make that change. In the same vein as making it as easy as possible for people to vote, I'd like to support the changes to automatic voter registrations, but I would like to acknowledge some of the problems that have been raised by by members opposite. Whilst it isn't possible, I accept, to say that there will be full coverage of automatic voter registration by the time of the next election, and while I believe that doesn't in and of itself create a problem, there are two things that I think it would be good to have reassurance on from the government. The first of which is that where there are local authorities that do not, constituencies that cross multiple local authorities, you won't have a problem where half of the constituency has automatic voter registration and the other half doesn't. And secondly, by the time we come to the next boundary review, you can't have an incomplete coverage of automatic voter registration. So can we please have a commitment that that problem will have a way of addressing for it before...
Glover.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, there's much that is positive in this bill, and I just want to briefly touch on one bit which we haven't discussed very much so far, which is strengthening protections for staff who work on elections, who are so critical to the safe and transparent delivery of our democracy. But as other honourable members have said, what is missing is something that would enable fundamental change to restore faith and fresh thinking in our politics, and that is a change to the voting system to make it more proportional. One party, regardless of how good or bad that party may be, cannot hope to represent the huge range of ideas and opinions in our society effectively. And this is not Lib Dem self-interest, because in 2024 we finally achieved an outcome under first past the post in terms of seats that was comparable to our vote share. I would like this for many reasons, proportional representation, in part so that tactical voters that I told in 2024 that I will campaign for a system where they don't have to feel forced to vote for me in future comes into being. But I appreciate the Secretary of State may not be persuaded by my opinion, but perhaps he will be by an open letter written by over 50 leading academics, including Professors Tim Bale, Rob Ford and Vernon Bogdanor, in relation to this bill, which said that, and I quote, "The collision of a multi-party electorate with a voting system designed for just two parties is creating new risks for Britain. Yeah. If the government wishes to protect and enhance the integrity of British democracy, it would be wise to engage with these risks." Of course, as many Labour members agree with that, because on the APPG for fair elections, a majority of its 158 members are Labour. A record 60% of the public support proportional representation, up from 52% in 2023, itself a record at the time. Now, while votes at 16 is to be welcomed, I note that widespread research, including from the respected More in Common firm, shows that 78% of the voting public is disillusioned with politics. Now, Labour's own 2023 National Policy Forum policy paper acknowledged that widespread alienation and distrust among voters. Now, alas, this bill will not address this very worrying situation. The Secretary of State in his opening remarks cited German and Dutch good practice in aspects of the bill, and it's very good that he did so. I hope he will study further German and Dutch good practice in terms of their electoral systems, which tend to deliver higher turnouts than ours and in a much more proportional manner. But I appreciate that is a big ask. So to help those 16 and 17-year-olds who will soon be able to vote, to prevent them from falling into the same democratic despair that many of the rest of us do, I hope he will start by supporting the APPG for Fair Vote's call for a national commission into electoral reform.
Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I do welcome the opportunity to speak, even if briefly, in this debate tonight. Young people have often felt left out of discussions and decisions about their future, that their voices don't matter. So I do welcome the steps this bill will take to standardise voting ages across all elections, especially in Scotland, where the voting age for the general election has been out of step with Holyrood and council elections since 2016. Whilst I welcome the steps towards increasing participation and accessibility, we do have to do more to expand representation. The last general election was the first in our history where there were enough female MPs ever elected to fill this chamber. 695 female MPs since 1918. I am the 673rd. However, we've missed an opportunity. Section 106 of the Equality Act, as we heard earlier, is still to be commenced, and I know that this government is committed to doing so. When commenced, Section 106 will improve transparency, accountability and consistency in how parties collect and publish candidate diversity data. By bringing greater transparency, Section 106 will allow the nominations across parties to be analysed consistently and transparently, putting a spotlight on the selection of women candidates and highlighting any disparities. Now, commencement is supported by Centenary Action, 50/50 Parliament, the Electoral Reform Society and Elector to ensure chambers across the country better reflect the communities that we all serve. So ahead of the centenary of women's suffrage in 2028, I would ask the Minister to reiterate that commitment today and to consider whether Section 106 should be reflected in this bill in light of the commendable aims of strengthening our democracy.
James McClary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Although I fear this bill may be remembered as one of missed opportunities, I wanted to start out with the substantial positives that I see in this bill. For decades, the Liberal Democrats have fought, sometimes alone, sometimes against the odds, for votes at 16. It is a progressive, pragmatic move, and its time has come, and I'd like to warmly congratulate the government on bringing it forward. I hope it will also be accompanied by stronger elements of the curriculum in democratic and civic education to support these measures, and I look forward to government proposals on this. Automatic voter registration measures are also really important. Nearly 8 million people are not correctly registered to vote in this country. No matter how you look at it, that is just wrong and it needs to be addressed. So I strongly welcome that measure too. Finally, I'd also like to talk about protections for not just candidates, but hard-working council staff. I've previously led a district council, and I've seen up close the dedication and hard work of staff in our council, but also the risks that they are exposed to in an increasingly polarised environment. So I think it's fantastic they're being included in this bill as well. So these provisions are genuinely welcome. But let me be blunt, this bill doesn't go far enough, because the truth is every person in this country knows that our democracy is experiencing a crisis of public confidence. Madam Deputy Speaker, we need real transformation. The measures on Know Your Donor are steps in the right direction, closing loopholes for overseas donors, preventing the influence of people like Musk, like Russian oligarchs. That matters. We cannot allow foreign money to buy British democracy. But the bill doesn't go far enough in this regard. We need a donations cap, a hard limit on what any individual or company can give to political parties. Right now, billionaires can write cheques that dwarf modest contributions from ordinary working people. And cryptocurrency, mentioned a number of times this evening. The bill is silent on it. While other countries wake up to the risks of crypto and its opacity, we're leaving the door wide open for cryptocurrency to become the new dark money. We need an explicit ban on cryptocurrency donations. But donations are only part of the picture. We still have first past the post. A voting system so distorted, it allows governments with 36% of the vote to govern alone for up to 5 years. We see millions of votes cast that elect no one. Yet the government has proposed no reform to introduce proportional representation, no system where every vote counts equally, where every community gets a representative that reflects them. Democracy may seem more fragile than it's felt in a generation, but democracy is by no means dead. It's a rare thing, and it must be fought for, renewed and expanded with every generation. As a Liberal Democrat, I will not stop fighting for it, not until we have a system that gives every elector a real voice and kicks dirty money out of our politics.
James Nash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is a lot to welcome in this legislation that we are debating this evening. And in my view, extending the vote to 16 and 17-year-olds is a statement of confidence in the next generation and a practical step towards a more inclusive democracy. And as I have told my constituents, my support for 16 and 17-year-olds getting the vote stems less from them being determined an adult, which I know has been contested this evening, and more from the need to balance our political debate, because with a shrinking birth rate and an ageing population, the electorate is set to become more imbalanced over the coming years. So in my opinion, there is a very practical reason for making this change. I also welcome the bill's provisions to improve voter registration, as well as to protect candidates and electoral staff from intimidation and abuse. And on the voter registration point, I'd particularly like to encourage ministers to take seriously the work of the Migrant Democracy Project. I believe we should use this opportunity to extend the franchise to more adult residents, not just younger ones, given that there are 4 million people in this country who cannot vote in a general election at the moment. I also note the bill's intention to strengthen transparency and security around political donations, and as has been discussed extensively this evening, these are also vital changes. But if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is also something, as many colleagues here have said tonight, that is important and it is missing if we genuinely want this bill to create a fair, secure and inclusive democracy. And this is, of course, the decision to not look again at the central mechanism that decides who sits in this House. Because under first past the post, millions of people can do everything that is asked of them. They register, they turn out, they vote in good faith, and they still end up without meaningful representation and no sense that their voice truly matters. And it is arguably getting worse. Only in the past week, many of us have been on doors at the by-election, and I spoke to many people who were actively debating how to stop a particular party and were using their vote to achieve that particular end, rather than voting for something positive and voting for something which reflected their views and their policy aspirations. Surely we can do better than fighting elections on the basis of the best, worst option, which is how so many people see it. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do want to put on record my support for the work of the APPG for fair elections and to urge ministers to genuinely look at the call for some form of National Commission on electoral reform, so that in modern Britain we genuinely consider how we can make sure every vote counts.
Final backbench contribution, Bel Rabira Addy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We know that to sustain healthy democracy, we have to always be looking at ways to strengthen it, and this bill seeks to do just that, so I'm pleased that the government has brought it forward. By lowering the age to vote to 16, we're expanding democratic participation and taking a vital step to strengthen and renew our democracy. Now, I've often been sceptical of those who say that young people are not interested in politics or they don't understand it enough to vote. And to members of this House who suggest that, I simply ask, how often do you visit schools in your constituency? I've encountered students far younger than 16 who have shown more than a basic understanding of our political system. I regularly visit schools in my constituency and see firsthand the political intelligence and impressive cross-examinations of the young people there. Last summer, I was pleased to host my first activism academy, inviting 16 to 18-year-olds to do a 3-day learning programme to understand what MPs do, how Parliament works and ways in which they can get involved. And our young people are politically engaged and understand the weight of the right they are being granted. Whilst I welcome this, I'm disappointed that it's not really been coupled with a robust programme of civic education. Whilst many 16 to 18-year-olds have a firm understanding of politics without comprehensive political education, those who want more information are forced to seek it elsewhere and will likely resort to social media, which is riddled with fake news. I ask the Minister, when they do respond, to outline what the government has planned in this regard. I also very much welcome the provisions in this bill that will introduce automatic voter registration, which is an important step to improve voter turnout. I would also like to see this bill actually go to the way in which Australia works, and that's a system of making sure that everybody who is eligible to vote has a legal obligation to do so. And finally, I would like to see the bill offer more power to the electorate to recall their members of parliament. Yes, you heard that right. I suspect this isn't a suggestion that would make me popular with my colleagues, but I think we should all be more concerned about what our constituents think. At the moment, for an MP to be recalled, they must be convicted of a criminal offence that makes them eligible, and they must have exhausted the appeals process. This can take years, and during that time, their constituents are not getting the representation they deserve. Unlike recall procedures in other countries, the Act doesn't allow constituents to initiate proceedings relying on criminal criteria being met, and even then a high threshold of petitioners is needed for a by-election to be triggered. Over the number of years, MPs have been investigated for criminal offences or gross misconduct. Members have failed to behave in a standard that is befitting of an MP. They've disgraced themselves, they've disgraced our profession in this House, and most importantly, they failed their constituents. And with trust in politicians being at an all-time low, we need to show that we are willing to put it right. This is the representation of the people bill. It should seek to strengthen and improve the representation of British people by giving the electorate greater power to hold their MPs to account. This bill is a great starting point for strengthening our democracy, and I hope the government will not shy away from going further.
The Shadow Minister, David Simmons.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's been a wide-ranging debate on this bill this evening. Some of it conducted around some of the generalities of our electoral system, for example. I know some members may have forgotten that we not so long ago had a referendum on the alternative vote system, and the British people delivered a very clear verdict in favour of the system that we operate on. But let me be clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, from the perspective of the opposition. Our stance on this is that we will seek to work constructively with the government, because whilst we recognise some significant deficiencies and areas of contention in this bill, I think we all acknowledge that our democracy is under a degree of pressure, and a number of members across the House gave some clear examples, such as those of foreign interference, where there's clear evidence presented by our security services of how that is impacting on political discourse in our country. And particularly on a day like today, when we've heard a statement from the Prime Minister about events in Iran, and we acknowledge the history and the evidence around Iran's interference in some of our democracy, it is particularly important that we are united in seeking to ensure the integrity of our electoral system. But let me set out briefly those areas of the bill where, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will be seeking through the Bill Committee process to work closely with the government to address what we regard as shortcomings. And we do this in the context of a period where there has been, and I acknowledge I spent part of my evening with the member for Birkenhead in Westminster Hall, dealing with a debate around the cancellation of elections, a process which has, to a degree, undermined the confidence of voters that this government has their backs when it comes to ensuring that elections for local authorities will go ahead. The first key point is around the inconsistency of the government's position around the age of majority. And we heard contributions across the House with evidence offered for why 18 or 16 or other ages were the appropriate one. But even this government, within its own internal processes, recently voted to determine that to be an officer of a Labour local association, you had to be, as a minimum, at the age of 18, a measure supported and championed by the member for Ashton and Lyne. So we acknowledge in that small way, and in other much larger ones mentioned by members across the House, that we need to make sure there is a degree of consistency about this process, so that, of course, members talk about being a taxpayer. You pay taxes in this country from birth if you have a sufficient income to pay for it. It's not something that only happens when you become 16 and you gain your national insurance number. We take all kinds of different decisions as we reach different ages of maturity. This government, and indeed previous ones, have tended to be erring a little on the side of caution, given some of the risks that we've identified. And we need to make sure that there is that degree of consistency so that the age of majority means something in our country. Now, a number of members across the House have raised the issue of dark money and its influence on elections. And I very much acknowledge the points they made, in particular about cryptocurrency. I think those who know about electoral history will recall the famous KGB gold that funded the Communist Party of Great Britain during the Cold War. And we know that there needs to be an acknowledgement that the world has changed. Crypto offers, as well as potential economic benefits, an opportunity for undue and inappropriate and potentially unlawful influence in our democracy. And we need to make sure, in a bill which currently says nothing about this, that we have appropriate and robust defences in place against that risk. Let me just touch briefly a little more on the issue of foreign independence more generally. Now, a number of members referred to the situation with Iran, but it remains a concern for the opposition that the government has still not added China to the Foreign Interference Scheme, FIRS, despite the fact that we know from the Electoral Commission's report not so long ago that they described how China-linked organisations had hacked the UK electoral roll, which gave them the potential access to influence our electoral processes on a large scale. And we will be looking through that committee process to secure amendments, or from the government or from the opposition, that will address that concern. We retain, Madam Deputy Speaker, some concern about the failings in this bill that do arise from a lack of consultation. Now, we know when governments previously have sought to change electoral law or to introduce new guidance, that there's been a high level of engagement amongst the political parties, the parliamentary authorities, all of those different stakeholders whose direct experience, whose international research can feed into processes that make the integrity of our electoral system greater than it is at present. And clearly this is a piece of legislation which has landed without that level of due consultation. I know in particular that it appears the government have not consulted the Venice Commission, that international body that provides advice on electoral practice, certainly an organisation that we consulted on matters such as the use of electoral ID when we were in government. And I would expect, given the importance that this government places on international law, that they would have at least engaged with that organisation and sought its advice before bringing some of these measures forward. And Madam Deputy Speaker, when we look at the debate that's taken place about the impact of auto-enrolment, we know from the experience in Wales where this was piloted that following the audits of that, the actual door-to-door canvassing of real voters, more than 16,000 people had to be taken off that electoral register who had been incorrectly placed on it. Now, clearly, we need to ensure, to fulfil the expectation of members across this House, that we have a canvass of the voters which is accurate, which contains the names of people who are entitled to take part under our laws in our democracy, but which does not open the door to interference of any kind that would undermine the confidence that people should have. And I notice, for example, the point that was made by the member for Islington North, which I think is an important one. How do people who are homeless get the opportunity to participate in our democracy? Which also has the corollary question, how do we ensure that people are exercising their democratic vote once, and that the law contains appropriate measures to manage those risks? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, in respect of our concerns, the point that the government has made about the use of bank cards as a means of identification. We remain very concerned by, and all of us will have seen them on the local transport networks, that there are many banks and organisations offering a no ID account, the ability to get a bank card without any identification requirement at all, specifically marketed at people who do not have the ability to demonstrate their connections to the UK. And whilst that is useful in the ability to pay bills and pay to access public transport, given we place such a high value on the integrity of our electoral system, it seems that we do need to make sure that we have appropriate measures in place to ensure that those who are voting have the right to do so, of course.
I'm grateful for the Shadow Minister for giving way. Does he not accept that the crime of impersonation is vanishingly small in this country? So what problem is he actually trying to fix?
It's a little bit of crime. It's increasing.
So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can hear the voices challenging, saying a little bit of crime is okay. I think we need to recognise. I think the reason we think we need to recognise, Madam Deputy Speaker, a bit like the points that have been made by members across the chamber about crypto, the world is changing. We have very significant, very onerous duties when it comes to opening a UK bank account and proving our identity. But we live in a world where more organisations are coming to the market and saying we can provide you with that document, but without the need to meet any of those standards, in exactly the same way as people are using crypto to transfer money around without the audit trail that we see with other forms of financial transactions. And we need to make sure that our electoral system meets the test, that we can identify those who are exercising their vote in that way. So, in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've heard across the chamber a variety of different examples of improvements that could be made to this bill. Some of those we as the opposition will agree with, some of them we won't. But I hope that ministers will heed the calls from members across the House, and particularly those of their own backbenchers. I was struck by the observations, the criticisms of the members for Hodge Hill and Solihull North, for Stockport, for Rushcliffe, for Clapham and Brixton Hill, all of whom set out ways in which this bill falls short of the minimum expectations that we would have for an appropriately modern and secure piece of electoral legislation. We, in that constructive spirit, will approach the Bill Committee, but I have to say, at the moment, Madam Deputy Speaker, it certainly feels like a number of the measures are in this, specifically for the objective of the government's own electoral advantage.
Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank honourable and right honourable members for all their contributions today. The right to participate in our democracy is a defining aspect of our national identity and one we need to protect and uphold. This bill is a landmark moment in that process, and I welcome the strength of feeling expressed by all members today about the importance of upholding democratic practice, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to close this debate as the Minister for Responsibility with Democracy. I will come to points made in the debate shortly. However, I do want to address the remarks made by the Right Honourable Gentleman in his reasoned amendment. There's one specific point I want to talk to. Members of the opposition have tried to suggest that there was no proper engagement with political parties. I don't accept this. Government officials have engaged in discussion with the political parties represented on the Electoral Commission's Parliamentary Parties panel on the technical aspects of these reforms, and I'm grateful for the time party administrators have invested in these discussions. My predecessor wrote to shadow spokespeople across the House upon publication of the government's strategy for elections. They were invited to meet then, and my friend, the Secretary of State, and I have tried again on introduction of the bill. The party opposite have not taken up our offer to meet on either occasion. I do, however, really look forward to their engagement throughout the bill's progress. Before I address points raised during the debate, I want to remind members what the bill seeks to do. This is a bold move to improve democracy in the UK through extending the right to vote to 16 and 17-year-olds at all UK elections and expanding the list of acceptable ID at polling stations to allow as many of those who are eligible to vote to do so easily. The bill seeks to improve and protect our electoral systems in this modern era through improving voter registration, moving towards a more automated system that makes it easier and simpler for people who are eligible to register to vote, building a fuller and fairer democracy in the UK. This bill will increase participation in democracy for all, engaging young people from an earlier age.
will also protect against those who seek to cause harm and weaken our democratic system. It also delivers on other manifesto commitments to improve and protect our electoral systems by strengthening rules around political donations and ensuring political imprint rules are as comprehensive as possible. As the regulator, the role the Electoral Commission plays is incredibly important in upholding public confidence in free and fair elections, which is why we are expanding their role and their powers. This will make sure enforcement provides a clear deterrent against breaking the law while remaining proportionate. The proposed changes to our political finance framework will safeguard against foreign interference while ensuring legitimate donors can continue to fund electoral campaigns. The current system provides numerous opportunities for corrupt donations and manipulation to influence our elections, whether this be foreign donations through shell companies or large sum donations with origins left unchecked. This status quo cannot continue. These measures have been developed to block malicious interference and to ensure the safety of democracy. This bill also updates electoral conduct and registration rules, making processes smoother for those running elections, with measures being informed by the strategic review of electoral registration and conduct developed in partnership with the electoral sector. Over recent years, we've also seen growth in harassment and intimidation of candidates, campaigners, and, as members have said today, electoral staff. This is a direct threat to our democracy. Measures in this bill move to protect all those who participate in upholding and delivering our democracy by treating such harassment and intimidation as an aggravating factor in the sentencing of offenders, while also building on existing legislation to disqualify such offenders from standing at future elections. Let me turn to points raised during the debate today. At votes at 16, I want to thank members from across the House who've supported this measure, particularly members for Lewisham North, Bracknell, Clapham and Brixton Hill, Cumbernauld and Kirkentall, and Bathgate and Lithgow. And I want to reassure members that citizenship will be taken on board from key stages 1 and 2 in primary as a result of this legislation, and the curriculum assessment review that's coming in will actually address the issue of teachers and give teachers the confidence to actually address this enhanced curriculum. Auto-enrolment, I'm not quite sure where the Shadow Secretary of State's fears come from, but I just really want to reassure members that it is our intention to pilot these measures very carefully indeed to make sure that the robustness and the integrity of our election and our electoral register is maintained. So the piloting measures that we take will be used carefully and proportionately. Harassment and intimidation is a really serious issue, and I want to thank the member for Bethnal Green and Stepney, my friend and my predecessor, who has endured significant harassment and intimidation, and it's completely unwarranted, Madam Deputy Speaker. It will be disappointing to some members across the House that the voting system will not be changing as a result of this legislation. However, the issue of foreign interference, which was raised by the member for Warwick in Leamington, Tunbridge Wells and South Norfolk, as well as Milton Keynes Central, is something that we take extremely seriously. I want to refer members to the independent review being conducted by Philip Rycroft, which will report this month. It is the government's intention to leave space for us to respond to recommendations that come out of that review as effectively as possible. This is a really serious issue that we need to address. Similarly, mis and disinformation raised by the member for my friend, the member for Ellesmere Port and Bromborough, as well as members for North Herefordshire. There are already measures in the Online Safety Act that requires the removal of illegal content, but this needs to be addressed more forcefully. Flexible voting pilots were raised by the member for Rochester and Strood, and I would like to draw her and all members' attention to the written ministerial statement that was issued today, setting out the pilots that we are looking forward to seeing innovate in ways in which electors can address the vote. To reassure the member, my friend, for Islington South and Finsbury, this is a crossover bill, so while committee stage I think will finish towards the end of April, further stages will cross over into the next session of Parliament. And on the measure surrounding bank cards raised by the Shadow Minister, I'd like to reassure him that only UK registered bank cards will be used. We want to do this because we accept that the vast majority of electors, including those of the age of 16 and 17, have them. Our financial system and the issuing of bank cards is one of the most robust in the country, and we will be measuring that. Democracies across the world are at an inflection point. We have a vital opportunity in this bill to strengthen our institutions and processes and make sure they work for the people they serve. I urge all members to step forward and embrace this opportunity. We must all choose openness, choose empowerment, and we must choose to work hard to bring trust back into the system. By doing so, we close our system to those who would undermine that trust, stifle debate, and twist our democracy for their own ends. This bill is the next step in the evolution of our democracy, and I commend it to the House.
Order. The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed, as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Clear the lobby. Is as on the order paper. As many in that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes are Ashley Fox and Jerome Mayhew. Tellers for the noes are Jake Richards and Deirdre Castigan.
The ayes to the right, 105. The noes to the left, 410.
Not as close as I thought.
The ayes to the right, 105. The noes to the left, 410. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. I don't know where he's going. He needs to sit. Wherever he's going, he's sat, Shh. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Programme motion to be moved formally. The question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Money motion to be moved formally. The question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.